Yes, Uhuru has broken silence for the first time since reggae stopped or went to a longer break, na ameongea kama baba wa taifa. First thing Uhuru has said is he will still continue pursue the changes of the constitution, whether he's in office or not. The second thing he said is that it's Kenyans who lost. Uhuru loses nothing. The third thing Uhuru said is that Ruto should do the right thing and resign if he doesn't believe in the government, in the losses that are happening in the government. He should do a honorable thing and resign. The fourth thing that Uhuru said is that Raila is a candidate whether there is BBI or not. So Raila's candidature is unstoppable whether there is BBI or not. What do you think as a Kenyan? Rais amenena, wewe unafikiria aje? The president has spoken. BBI is not ending soon. There are many ways to skin the rat. He will continue to pursue that. He said whether he's in office or not, he will still focus on that. He also said that, let's listen from the clip, maybe, to get from the horse's mouth.
I was hearing some people say, this BBI is to propel Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga declared his presidency with or without BBI, and he's still on the ticket. BBI has nothing to do with his candidacy. BBI has nothing to do with Uhuru wanting to continue, because there is no clause in BBI that says that the incumbent president is going to continue for another 10 years. There is no clause. This is all propaganda and hype that is built around to poison the people's minds and to deviate them from looking at the real facts. Because at the end of the day, who are the people who suffer when we have these political problems? It is not the elite, it is the masses. Who are the people who are denied resources when we don't deal with these issues of inequity? It is the people, not the elite. But somehow now, you will now want to blame poverty on that class as opposed to that class, instead of dealing with the fundamental root cause of the problem, which is providing resources, giving opportunities to every Kenyan equally and fairly. You want to now make it an us versus them because it's an easy campaign platform, right? To propel an individual to victory as opposed to dealing with the underlying problem facing a nation. So, ladies and gentlemen, all I can say is it is unfortunate. I am a person who has always respected the rule of law. I always told you, and even when they said, Uko, that we are going to take, I said, when I was vying for my very first time, that regardless of whether I'm chosen by or elected or not elected, I will still obey the International Criminal Court. I don't speak what I don't mean. You have seen, I proved myself. I was elected, and I still appeared because I believe in the rule of law. When they went out and they said my election was null and void, I accepted, moved on. And even this one, I will accept and move on. I don't agree with it because I believe we have denied Kenyans their resources. We have denied Kenyans equity. We have denied funds to go mashinani through the ward fund, which to me is actually a much more equitable way of ensuring mtoto wa mashinani ameweza kupata elimu ya university kuliko CDF. All right? So this is what Kenyans have lost. I, Uhuru, have not lost anything. Just the feeling of sadness that we could actually, for political reasons, deny our own people something that would have not only improved their lives and livelihoods, but made Kenya that much more a cohesive society.
Rubia, what do you think?
First of all, thank you, Ekesa, and good evening, everyone. And my contribution is, I would first thank the president for BBI. And as he stated, Kenyans have lost. It's not him or Raila Odinga or any other person. If we look at BBI, BBI had actually proposed very good things for this country. And we know what we have been suffering from as a country. And most of these solutions were in the BBI. But unfortunately, it didn't go through the courts. Personally, I still believe it is the court settling scores with the executive. And that is quite unfortunate for our country. You know, President Uhuru is one president that has actually reached out to everyone. He has reached out to his opponents during the 2013 and 2017 elections, which is Raila Odinga. And the people in his government that have seen, that are very self-centered, and have seen that reaching out to the opposition leadership will block them from 2022, and have actually spread rumor and have lied to the nation that BBI was meant to for the dynasties, to extend, for Uhuru Kenyatta to extend his rule, which is untrue. What Kenyans would get from BBI was far much better than what even the leaders would get, and it was it was bringing an inclusive government by including more leaders. So more leaders from different regions would be accommodated. But we have lost BBI, and we regret as a nation. Right now, you see even the MPs from Mount Kenya, they are crying foul, even those who opposed it. You know, I would urge Kenyans to avoid propaganda. If we want to build this country, we have to avoid propaganda, narratives which are untrue, and they have made us to lose a very important document, a very important amendment to the constitution that would ensure that the Mama Mboga, the people who are at the grassroots, benefit from the national cake. BBI was about bringing resources close to people. BBI was about bringing resources close to people, as we have seen. It was enshrined in the one of the articles that we would increase the allocation to counties. We know very well that right now we have corruption in counties, but that is not an hindrance. The whole idea is good, but maybe the people who are actually implementing these things are not abiding by, they are not following the law. But in entirety, we have lost a very important amendment that we might, if we are going to miss BBI, and we may go back to BBI after 2022 election. The only bad thing about BBI was, I think, was the process and maybe the timing, because we had it here and the elections, but it's a thing that we should go back to, and we should increase the resources coming to the grassroots, and we should actually embrace it if we want to improve the livelihood of our mama mboga, our border, and the people who are below. So, as the president has talked, he is correct. He said the correct thing, and that is how far we've gone with BBI. And now the focus is on 2022, which is also coming. 2022 will also come and go. But why the desperation? If you are good enough, you just need to sell your policies. You just need to do your things. We don't need the politics of attacking each other. We don't need that at this era. We need politicians doing mature politics. And we had even talked about this, that we should not be swayed by handouts that are being given by politicians, but we should be swayed by the policies and the practicality of these policies, because some of these policies, they are not practical. The politicians come with them. We cannot hold them accountable once they are in the office. Like, I can remember Jubilee government in 2013 actually made a lot of promises. They told Kenyans a lot of things, even the one that they are talking about now, that there's a group is talking about now, a group from Jubilee, that the bottom up. This thing was talked about in 2013, but it was never a priority. So far, the president has done so well in terms of infrastructure, and we applaud him that he will be part of his legacy. And going forward, we need a more united country than a divided one that has made a section or Kenya to suffer. The whole country right now, the economy is not good just because of divisive politics. Going forward, we should avoid divisive politics, and we should embrace each other. We should embrace the good things that are being sold, but we should actually look at the practicality, because we don't have a way of enforcing these things once somebody is in the office. That is my little contribution. I would also listen to other people's contribution and will react. Thank you. Thank you, Ekesa. You have not unmuted. Can you unmute? Ekesa, can you unmute?
Okay, just wait kidogo.
I was hearing some people say, this BBI is to propel Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga declared his presidency with or without BBI, and he's still on the ticket. BBI has nothing to do with his candidacy. BBI has nothing to do with Uhuru wanting to continue, because there is no clause in BBI that says that the incumbent president is going to continue for another 10 years. There is no clause. This is all propaganda and hype that is built around to poison the people's minds and to deviate them from looking at the real facts. Because at the end of the day, who are the people who suffer when we have these political problems? It is not the elite, it is the masses. Who are the people who are denied resources when we don't deal with these issues of inequity? It is the people, not the elite. But somehow now, you will now want to blame poverty on that class as opposed to that class, instead of dealing with the fundamental root cause of the problem, which is providing resources, giving opportunities to every Kenyan equally and fairly. You want to now make it an us versus them because it's an easy campaign platform, right? To propel an individual to victory as opposed to dealing with the underlying problem facing a nation. So, ladies and gentlemen, all I can say is it is unfortunate. I am a person who has always respected the rule of law. I always told you, and even when they said, Uko, that we are going to take, I said when I was vying for my very first time, that regardless of whether I'm chosen by or elected or not elected, I will still obey the International Criminal Court. I don't speak what I don't mean. You have seen, I proved myself. I was elected, and I still appeared because I believe in the rule of law. When they went out and they said my election was null and void, I accepted, moved on. And even this one, I will accept and move on. I don't agree with it because I believe we have denied Kenyans their resources. We have denied Kenyans equity. We have denied funds to go mashinani through the ward fund, which to me is actually a much more equitable way of ensuring mtoto wa mashinani ameweza kupata elimu ya university kuliko CDF. All right? So this is what Kenyans have lost. I, Uhuru, have not lost anything. Just the feeling of sadness that we could actually, for political reasons, deny our own people something that would have not only improved their lives and livelihoods, but made Kenya that much more a cohesive society. Society where people disagree, yeah, all right? The honorable thing that leaders do is to say, I disagree with the policies of this government, and therefore I wish to disassociate myself from them, and you tender your resignation. I wish this is what people would also do, you know? Because as they say, you can't live in a glass house and also throw stones. You're in the same house and you're also throwing stones to demolish it, right? Okay? I have tried as much as possible to make sure that everything that we do, I keep everybody also within government involved, and even some of those people who are criticizing have been part and parcel, yeah? And this is why I'm saying it's very unfortunate, yeah? But like I want to reiterate, you know, I have an agenda that I was elected on, and that work must continue. And it would be really the honorable thing that if you are not happy with it, right, that you would actually, you know, step aside and allow those who want to move on, and then take your agenda to the people, which is what happens in any normal, you know, democracy, because you can't have your cake and eat it, yeah? You know, you can't on the one hand say, I'm not going, and because at the same time, I don't agree. You know, you've got to decide, because you must be principled in that endeavor.
Okay, I just wanted to give viewers a background. I realize sometimes when people come online, they may not have watched news, so they come and ask what are we debating. So I just wanted to give the viewers a background of what has happened. The president, for the first time, he broke his silence and talked about issues to do with the BBI and what his take is. And you have heard him from the horse's mouth. And I just captured a few things on that theme that is scrolling there. So as you contribute, you can pick one of them and talk about it. And we shall be very happy. So I want to begin with, we have done with Rubia. Angel, are you there?
Yes.
Yes, comment. You can pick one of the issues that the president was speaking, and then whatever you captured, and you speak about it.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are, everyone. Hope you are doing well. Sarah, how is you, my sister?
I'm good.
Me, I have been listening to Mr. President, and from my own judgment, I want to say that I want to use this term that Ruto normally use. Wajinga waliisha Kenya. If President is telling us Kenyans have lost, what have we lost? Instead, he has just been spending money on BBI badala ya kusaidia watu wanakufa na corona. So, anaposema ati with BBI or without BBI Raila Odinga atakuwa president, it's okay. Hakuna mwenye anapinga Raila Odinga kusimama kwa ballot box, but in real sense, in real reasoning, anaona kama Wakenya wamepoteza. In fact, Wakenya wamefurahi. We don't need BBI. With or without BBI, president anaweza peleka pesa mashinani. With or without BBI, president anaweza fanya kile anachotaka, yale maendeleo anayotaka kuyafanya. Yeye ni rais wa nchi, anaweza fanya. Anaweza simama kama kiongozi na hakikisha ya kwamba kila kitu anachokitekeleza kinafika kwa ukweli na uhaki kwa mwananchi wa chini. Aache kutuambia ya kwamba ati BBI ikipita. What is the difference between BBI na the current constitution? Which one is stronger than the other one? Mbona anatufunika macho? Hapo sioni kama kuna kitu ameongea ili hali ako na machungu. I think it was today morning when I was listening to somebody. Alikuwa anahojiwa Radio Citizen, alisema ya kwamba whether BBI itaendelea, whether itakosa kuendelea, whether nilikuwa naona kama AGM anataka kuappeal kwa Supreme Court. That guy said that the same ruling that was done in High Court, Court of Appeal, the same ruling will be done on Supreme Court. Alisema ya kwamba right now we don't need BBI. Let us focus on matters that Kenyans can see our president is working. It's not a must he can work with the BBI. And akisema ati watu mashinani watoto waende shule. Wakati wa Kibaki watoto walienda shule with the free education, watu certificate zilitoka with the free education na hakuimplement BBI. Then hizi countries zingine zenye zina rule nchi zingine hizi zinatumia BBI ndio pesa zinafika mashinani, oro watu wao wanakuwa na uchumi ulio bora. Asituambie amekopa madeni sana, ametuweka kwa mateso. Mefikia pale.
Okay, thank you so much for your contribution, Angela. Now
allow me to respond.
You have a question or a comment? You can do it.
I want to respond to Angela.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you know, I'm from Kitale, but I would like to say this suggestion so that Angela can listen very keenly. Kenya imetoka mbali sana, na ukiangalia mtu kama Ruto, ukiangalia tu siasa yake hata venye alianza, wakati watu walikuwa wanalia na wanamwaga machozi, yeye alikuwa na support Moi. Wakati kila mtu alikuwa akakuja na hizi mastori zingine. Yeah, are you getting me?
Yeah, continue, we are listening.
After hapo akakuja na hizi mastori zingine, hii ya hapo 202 akataka kuingia kwa coalition ya Kibaki na Raila Amolo Odinga, akaunda coalition yake, alikuwa na support Uhuru Kenyatta nyuma tu ya Moi. Unajua hii Kenya, kiongozi akitaka kutekeleza kitu lazima atafute njia yoyote ile yenye namfavor yeye. Sasa BBI ukiangalia ilikuwa inaleta kitu kama coalition, na unaona kwa hiyo coalition Ruto hana wale watu wale wenye anaweza weka hapo kwa coalition. Ukiangalia watu wenye ameungana nao, amechukua watu kama kina Boni Khalwale, watu kama kina Mdhamo wenye wameiba mashamba huko Nairobi. Amechukua wale watu kama kina huyu mbunge huyu mwenye yako huyu Kiharu huyu kutoka Kiharu. Hao ni wabunge
Before
wenye
you
hata ukiweka kwa
continue,
coalition.
before you continue, do you have evidence that shows that Mudhama ameiba mashamba Nairobi? In
Ni
Kenya
kitu
government, let
inajulikana.
me stop you there. In Kenya government, since independent, hakuna mwanasiasa mwenye hajaiba huko pesa. There is
Hata
nobody.
mimi
And that's why I normally tells you that hiyo government yote yenye iko huko inafaa kwenda nyumbani. We get another new government that can govern Kenya. At
you
least
cannot cheat us.
hatutaki
You
hiyo
cannot cheat us.
government ya Ruto, Raila, Uhuru hatuitaki.
Thank
You know
you,
your
You know
mind
we are the
thinks that
majority.
because
Angela
I'm
and
opposing BBI,
Angela
I'm
and
somebody
Brian.
who is proposing Ruto. No.
Angela and Brian, we
Yeah,
are just
opposing
making
BBI,
our
you know,
initial.
opposing BBI ya Ruto.
Brian.
You know,
We are just
that is your mentality.
Brian.
Your mentality tells you that because the court stopped BBI, it is because Ruto is the one who has
Angela
stopped
and Brian, we
BBI.
are
No,
just making
it's the
our
court
initial
used
You know,
submission.
why are you opposing BBI?
I don't need BBI. What will
Angela
the
and,
BBI do for me that which
Angela,
they have
kindly,
not done it right now?
We are just making our initial submissions to Sichemuke sana. Let's compose ourselves. Huh? You've met your point, Brian, you've met your point. Let's move to Mugambi and then in that order.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Wekesa. I think people want to have an heated debate for nothing, and we are just beginning. To start with, I want to say that whatever the president has said, he is on point, because
the rest,
number one,
let's mute. The rest, let's mute.
Because number one, it's true that Kenya has lost. We have been having some areas in Kenya which are highly populated, and then we get the national sharing of the CDF, which holds the bursaries at the same rate with areas with the low population, meaning there are some bright students somewhere in the densely populated areas that subsequently they never go to school because of where they are born in. Then I like the way the president has come out clear that with or without BBI, the ODM leader had declared his candidature and he is going to vie, is in the ticket in the coming election. Because most of us here have been saying that Uhuru has been supporting BBI so that they can propel Raila to presidency. So for Uhuru saying that with or without BBI, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga will be the ballot, that's something good. He has cleared the hair. About his extension or term in office, he has come out clearly saying that there's no clause in the BBI that indicated that the sitting president can extend his term even by a day. I love that declaration by the president. Another thing that he has talked about is about the DP. Honorably making an honorable thing to leave office. I think the far we have come, it's not tenable to have the DP in the office, because in one side of his mouth, he is mentioning the projects that the government has done. When it comes to the failures, he is now blaming Uhuru and Raila as if Raila owns any public office in Kenya. So it is the high time for the deputy president to act as a statesman and just vacate the office. He would be the first one. We end Jaramogi Oginga Odinga resigning from the party and going for a by-election, which he won because he believed in himself. We have had Raila doing the same. He believed in his ideas. He believed in his philosophy. Resigned from his party, went for a by-election and won. So if at all the deputy president believes in his ideas, believes in his philosophy, the pro-hustler philosophy, believes in his divisive approach to politics, the divide and rule, as a man enough, let him just do the honorable thing step out of the office. There's no need of enjoying the government perks. You live in a government office, ride on government vehicle, eat the food from the government, steal from the government through the tenders in the CDF and the national government. And then at the end of the day, you want to tell us that you want to leave the same government that you are milking dry. So it's good he either shapes out, he changes, or he shape out from the government. That's what I can say in regard to what the president has said. Then as I end, I want all of us to urge all of us to support the president so that he can finish his legacy and we have a peaceful power transition as we have witnessed in Zambia, where the Right Honorable Prime Minister is today to witness the inauguration of the new president tomorrow. So we want the Zambian president to come here in Kenya next year to witness also as Raila gets to office in a seamless process. Thank you.
And next is Sarah. Sarah, are you there? Sarah, are you there? You are muted.
I'm here, Wekesa.
Okay, proceed.
Hello. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon.
Yote ni
Rupi, how
sawa.
are you?
I'm fine, Sarah.
I've missed you. Umepotea sana.
Niko. Unajua bado tulikuwa tunaangalia mambo ya BBI. Na we have not lost. We are going through the parliament, and the BBI is good for this country. So it's your man who should quit. You should resign and quit because
my man will not resign.
Baada anaomboleza BBI alikuwa analia.
Angel, BBI will help you.
It is my turn now, so you just wait for your turn. It was a kind of greetings. Wekesa.
Yes, can
I want
you
to say
proceed
about Nini. I'm hearing Mugambi saying that we are waiting for Nini for swearing in of Raila Amolo Odinga. That is a daydreamer. You know what? And I think this is in our blood system as a Kalenjins. You cannot support someone, and then at the end of it, someone tells you quit. It is like you've married your wife, and then unafika mahali amuelewane, unaambia bibi toka rudi kwenu, na tayari alilipa mahari. Hapo tutakufa kuzikana hapo. Hakuna mahali atatoka, na hakuna mahali nitaenda. So this means this marriage between Uhuru and Ruto, that is a marriage. So ile kitu itaamua ni Mungu peke yake. Hata ukimwambia Ruto quit, he will not quit because he wasted his time for 10 years. Wasting his time for the campaigning for someone. Yeye amaamuka saa 10 usiku kwenda kutafuta votes. You remember what Moses Kuria said? Some of us, we are drunkards. Tunakuta Ruto hako lane 4 akimaliza mkondo ndio tunamshikia huko. Alafu unaniambia sasa ni retire, ni resign. I will never resign. I will never resign. And if I'm Ruto and I wish if he is hearing me, dare not. Wacha tukutane kwa debe. Kwani tunasema hii Kenya kuna wenye wako na title, kuna wenye hawana. And I've been saying this Kenya is not for 3 people. It is for all of us, 40-something million or 50-something million. And the voters itself. So tusidanganyane hapa. The president mwenyewe amekosea, and I think you guys of ODM mnajua before the handshake mlikuwa mnarusha mawe kwa Uhuru Kenyatta ile mjawahi ona. Bila amekuja kuleta handshake ndio mnambembeleza kama mayai. Hatutabembelezana hapa. Lazima tuambiane ukweli. Who told you? These things we need to pray God and God will answer us. Ngoja kwanza Rupia, wacha kuleta mdomo, nyamaza kwanza nimaliza yangu. So for me,
sasa mnaenda wapi na votes ya Kalenjin Nation? You only have
tunaenda wapi na votes ya Wajaluo?
Hakuna votes mtapata out of Kalenjin Nation. Mtapata tu votes yenu 2 billion na tutawashinda.
na Wajaluo tutatoa wapi? Kama saa hii Wajaluo wenyewe saa hii mmetoka kwa mzee.
Hiyo ni ya Raila. Jaluo,
ya Raila inatoka
Kikuyu
wapi?
yote ni ya Raila.
Ati Kikuyu yote ni ya Raila. You are the joker of the year. So we nyamaza tu hapo na ukule samaki na utulie. So let me continue with my presentation. So guys,
the ground has shifted. So you know your man never told.
Kama juzi mulikuwa mnalala mkilala na viatu yote mkifikiria BBI itapita, ulistukia asubuhi kiatu moja ilitoka because ulikuwa una stretch every now and then.
BBI tuloachana nayo kitambo.
Sarah, before Rubia makes you lose your mind, can you present what you wanted to present?
That guy,
present fast. I see you are losing your mind. Can you present what you wanted to present fast?
So, Wekesa defend me. Can you mute that guy?
I've already stopped him, so continue.
So, what is in my mind? What a BBI imeenda, and we respect the president because he accepted what the judges have done, but to anasema ati kuna watu wamepita mlango ya nyuma kununua. Sasa hata kama watu walipita mlango ya nyuma vile anasema, I don't think, because kila mtu ako na right ya kuongea. But these people, these judges saw the 50-something million of Kenyans. So thank you for Raila, he accepted. I saw his first acceptance letter. And then Uhuru leo amezimia mpaka leo amefufuka kuja kusema ni sawa, lakini what we need is peace of Kenyans. History ingine Mungu mwenyewe ataamua ni nani atakuwa president, beat hata Raila akikuwa president we will accept it. Ruto akikuwa president lazima tutakubali. So the two, because we have two nani Rubia, please give me my time.
Ruto will never be president.
And even your own father will not be the president, the Raila. So wacha tuambiane ukweli, na hii Kenya ni sisi wenyewe ndio tutapeleka mbele. So what is there? Yenye president amesema leo, that is his mind. The Kenyans, as Kenyans, we have not lost anything. Let him deal with the process of other things. Lakini hiyo ya BBI, we have not lost anything. Kuna wale wangefaidika na kuna wenye wangefaidika. So hii ya mambo ya kuchanga mavyeo, sisi hapana nataka hiyo. Wacha tukae hivyo na tukae na mashida yetu. Period.
Thank you for your contribution, Sarah. I will not give chance for a question already. Nani has interjected Rubia. Let's go to Anthony. Then let me check. Anthony, proceed.
Wekesa, I was here even before all these people. What's happening?
Who is that? Who is that? Kindly?
That is Nelson. That is Nelson.
Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. I think I'm calling you Anthony. You are Nelson. It's not. There is not even Anthony. I'm just. I think I mistook your face with Anthony. You are Nelson. Yeah. Okay. There's no Anthony here.
Thank you for the opportunity, and I believe everyone had a good day in their different hustling whatever fields and all that kind of stuff. Personally, I think my contribution here would not even be to discuss about the president's speech so far as the BBI ruling is concerned or anything. We read books, and I once read a book which had a character, and the character was pictured to be a drunkard man. But in that book, in as much as he was drunkard, he was the voice of reasons. And then there was a minority character who used to talk about something to do with moderation. The reason as to why I bring up this one is because I think I'm among the first people, Rupia can bear me witness, who started being active members on this platform that Mutembei created way long time ago. This has been a very noble platform. This has been a very noble place to exchange ideas, to sharpen minds, to share and interact. At the end of the day, it is also another platform for socializing. It pains me as a person who doesn't believe in neither Tanga Tanga nor BBI nor nor ODM, nor UDA. I don't really hang on those boots. So it pains me when we have a discussion whereby Rupiah, my brother, and Sarah, my sister, should be talking about what really affects them, which is similar. But you hear Sarah telling Rupiah kura ya Wajaluo, Rupiah telling Sarah kura ya Wakalenjin. Literally, I beg that we just digest this keenly. Literally, what that sends is that we are still walking with a yoke of tribalism. It is about time we check our comments when we talk about things related to politics and maybe leaders, political leaders, so far as that is concerned, in a platform like this. Because it is not only us listening to ourselves, other people are also listening to us outside there. And the moment we talk in a manner likely suggesting that we are not moving away from one disease that has really been a very big problem to this nation, we are doing nothing but charging up some people. We had a small chat on the other side of WhatsApp group, and I wish he was here. I've been kind of trying to keenly look if at all he's here, so that at least I can present my point in a wording manner, because he reasoned in a way that is not supposed to be. You know, what creates animosity is lack of respect to certain, divides. I don't really support Raila Odinga per se. I don't really hate Raila Odinga per se. The same way to Ruto, the same way to Uhuru Kenyatta. I'm neither here nor there. I'm not saying that I'm part of those Kenyans who are undecided, but this is my point and this is my plea. Why would somebody who is so learned, to be precise, educated, with kids, call a different fact cows who belong to a cult called ODM party, and then you say you're a reverend? In my small understanding, someone who is a reverend is someone who is obedient to God and should be looking for people, souls, to turn them, just the same way Jesus turned Peter to be a fisherman, and not literal fisherman who would go to the lake to fish. That really caught my attention, and when I brought it up with him, he changed it into insults and insults and insults. My point is this, Wekesa and other people who are listening. Let us please have discussions that are tolerant. Let us please have discussions that are, they are showing to the society that the narrative is changing. Actually, we should be changing the narrative even far off from the bottom up, far off from the BBI, far off from any other thing that we might be talking about, but to that of unity and to that of respect to humanity, respect to brotherhood, respect to personality, respect to our stance. I think that is the only thing that will really shape this, our country. We can't have a platform which is as noble as this. We take our time. We want to discuss where will Luos get votes, where will Kalenjins get votes, who said what on who abused who best, and then it pains. For me, it pains. And the only thing that I can thank the president for, Mr. Wekesa, is the fact that he acknowledged the fact that it is very important to leave a more cohesive and united nation behind him. For me, it is not about BBI have failed. For me, it is not about him accepting the ruling. For me, it is not about, because Angela said she doesn't need BBI. Fine, you don't need BBI. But maybe Wekesa somewhere needs BBI. And Angela, if you don't want BBI, does not mean that any other Kenyan doesn't want BBI. The same way me, Nelson, I never wanted it. But I've never rubbished it in the face of other people who wanted it. Why? Because I've always said that in that document, many other things were good to the common people. Many other things were bad to the common people. But the only thing that was so much wrong was the timing and the priorities. We had other things which we were supposed to deal with. We had other things which we were supposed to prioritize. But please, don't think that if you believe in one school of thought, then the rest who doesn't believe in the other school of thought that you believe in are cults, are cows, are dogs. You demean them, you call them names, you insult them, you call them kids. My friend, you could be 51 like Alfred Mutua turned the other day. You could be 87 like Joe Biden, but you are reasoning like a 2-year-old kid who still doesn't know how to spell things right. So please let us have moderation and let us have voice of reasons and let us discuss things in a manner likely suggesting that we are tolerant to the society. Otherwise, Wekesa, it is through platforms like these that people get charged to an extent that when I meet maybe another person outside, I reflect what maybe Reverend or whoever he is told me here. And I depict that and act out of it. If you don't know, animosity is created even through social media platforms. That is my plea. Please, let us use bundles, time, resources that we are spending here on quality, tolerant, sensitive, and upright discussions. Let us move far away from where will Kalenjins get, where will your baba get, where will yours get. Kuleni samaki huko hamtapata. Sisi Kalenjin tukisema tukishaamua kusupport nini. Don't feel over entitlement. Think about you as yourself. Ruto is not your neighbor. Ruto is not your father. Ruto is not your brother. Raila is not your neighbor. Raila is not your father. Raila is not your brother. And these people, they make calls at night when they are from those their campaign trails. Oh, baba, Tinga umefanya aje? Ruto wewe acha kunigonga hiyo. Do you know Ruto can never call you Wekesa? Do you know Raila will never even recognize your presence somewhere? That is it for me.
Thank you so much, I keep calling you Anthony. Thank you so much, Nelson. I think we, in some emotive topics like this, we need voices of reason. And thank you so much, Nelson, for the voice of reason. It keeps us focused. And yeah, I always try very much. By the way, nowadays you realize I don't contribute so much, not because I don't have anything to contribute, but I just want to moderate and have the issues balanced. So you may have every energy to support your candidate, but remember, I've been telling people that as much as we may not like Ruto, or as much as we may not like Raila, but prepare for a presidency of either of them. And the earlier you prepare yourself psychologically, the better, such that it will not get you by shock. So either way it can go, and you can imagine if you never prepared yourself psychologically, how you will struggle to live those 5 or even 10 years. So kindly, let's campaign. I don't even encourage people to quit their candidate. Campaign for your candidate passionately, but have a voice of reason. Listen to others. They have concerns that make sense, that even will improve on your campaign for your candidate. So let's proceed. The next person was Ruben. Ruben, are you still there?
Are you getting me?
Yeah, proceed.
Okay, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Okay, I have followed the president talking. na wakati alikuwa anaongea, kuna picha moja tu imekuja kwa akili zangu. Sometime nikiscroll my Facebook, niliona somebody amepost politician wakituongeresha huwa wanaona sisi ni ng'ombe. Yani a politician amesimama mbele ya ng'ombe and then ng'ombe zinakula. Na that person alikuwa na reason that when a politician is talking to citizen, yeye kwa maidi yake huwa anaona sisi ni ng'ombe. And surely Uhuru is a joker of the year. Because one, he has failed this country. We are more and more.
Wekesa, don't allow some name calling to the president, please, kindly. Let people measure their wants, please.
Let him continue with this point. There is nothing
Okay.
here. We are discussing a motion. Let the point continue.
Okay, Uhuru, he has failed this country. We are becoming poor and poor day.
What do you think? What makes you think is a joker? To proceed.
Okay, telling us about the issue of BBI, it was with a good faith. Surely, which Kenya are we? Are we all? Unataka kuniambia hata hao majaji na sisi wa Kenya wenye tunaona this was a political thing. Are we don't see that? Surely. We don't see that yeye alikuwa anatengeneza lineup ya 2022 anakuja kutuambia hapa hakukuwa kitu kama hiyo. Surely, which country are we living? Anataka kutuambia hii BBI hakuileta ili atengeneze plan ya 2022. Anataka kutuambia yeye tu ndiye anaona hii kitu ni mzuri. Yeye na marafiki zake wenye wanapata vyeo ndio tu anaona this thing is good. Surely he should be serious. Telling us about deputy president to resign is a joke. Alisema siku ingine pale akiwa ameenda kufungua mifereji ya maji. President ameenda kufungua pale Uhuru, alituambia resign. We erected them together. Na wacha tu aache kuona kama alifika ama it's over. I think power. I think kuwa in power, naona kuwa in power is like permanent. It is a priority to mempatia ako in that position. It doesn't mean ako in that position because he is the best than all of us or than any other Kenyan, or there is no other Kenyan can occupy that space and rule well without borrowing, without burning our goods, without demolishing our people at night. I think that is a joke. Kutuambia deputy president resign. I think he is imagining about the Moi era where a deputy or a vice president alikuwa anafutwa kwa njia akiendelea. I think this is a joke. And surely, joking with the mind of 47 million Kenyans, remember, he has already contravened Chapter 6 of the Constitution. In fact, if Kenya is a democratic country, he's supposed to be impeached and then forced to pay back the money he has spent trying to change the Constitution for his favor. Shooting at 47 million Kenyans, he is uniting. Which country is he uniting? He's supposed to be impeached and forced to refund the money he has embezzled, wasted with the propaganda of BBI in this country. Surely, telling us that he is uniting, he was trying to unite. I think we are expecting that. He is desperate. Ameona kila kitu inarudi, ameona time inaenda, na ameona kila kitu alikuwa anafanya is fake, and that is anakuja na hasira zake. Asituletee na asiletee Ruto. Remember that position Ruto was not given. He fight for it. He had an idea, and we are expecting him to bash and to naede at the State House. In fact, telling us about the Raila Odinga being the ballot, that is a direct ticket of Ruto to be president. That is a direct. We know Raila will fail. He won't get any vote from Mount Kenya. And if only the sympathizers who are surrounding him, we don't care. But I'm sure President is joking, and I regret 100 times voting for him. He should respect us. Who voted them, both of them, knowing we are voting Uhuru and Raila, not Uhuru. I think if there was something like that, he was supposed to separate the ballot box, arete yake na arete ya Ruto, tuone angepata gapi eh? Alafu akuja atuambie ati Ruto should resign. Resign for what? Unataka kutuambia courts are wrong, judges are wrong, only executive is right, only parliament is right because it is supporting, imewekwa kwa mfuko na executive. I think this country should be serious, and we need a serious president who will be ataona wa Kenya wenye walimchagua kama wanafikiria. I think we are heading in a wrong direction. Thank you.
Mr. Wekesa, I had not given out my point before.
That people have forgotten why we were looking at this, and for short-term political gain, have decided to deny Kenyans of what is legitimately in their interest. Because let me ask, one of the things that we used to talk about and we used to say, when you have a situation, if you go into our informal settlements and you go into a lot of these other areas, why do you have such tension? Why do you have such poverty? Then you get and you find out, because it is both about representation, but it is also about resources. Because when we introduced CDF, we also touched to the constituency. So when you have an honorable member of parliament receiving 100 million shillings and another one receiving 100 million shillings, one is distributing 100 million shillings to 50,000 people. Another is distributing 100 million shillings to 1 million people. Is that equity? Is that child in Mathare or Kibera, will he ever have an opportunity ever of going to university if the highest bursary he can ever receive is 5,000 shillings? And we said, if we don't deal with some of these issues, people will consistently feel pent up. And that is why we said, let us actually focus ourselves on this. Let us do it. It was not about who was going to be president, who was not going to be president, Uhuru. How many times have I told you people, I am very grateful to the Almighty God and the people of Kenya for the opportunity they've given me. I am more than happy to serve out my term and finish my program. But I also believe that this is part of my agenda, to be able to bring people together and to be able to ensure that we have a peaceful, stable, united country. And that is why I was very keen on this. Unfortunately, the courts have ruled the way they have ruled, and I believe that they have been highly misguided in that process. Unfortunately, we have had politicians, like I'm saying, for short-term political gains, who have deviated from why we wanted the BBI to it being an issue of competition. And I don't know why, because all of these people, I mean, I was hearing some people say, this BBI is to propel Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga declared his presidency with or without BBI, and he's still on the ticket. BBI has nothing to do with his candidacy. BBI has nothing to do with Uhuru wanting to continue, because there is no clause in BBI that says that the incumbent president is going to continue for another 10 years. There is no clause. This is all propaganda and hype that is built around to poison the people's minds.
Yeah, I just wanted to refresh your mind. Does the president have legitimate discourse on the topic, or we are just calling propaganda? The issues he's raising, are they valid, or we have already dismissed him without hearing him? We are going to Demba and then Demba.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, good night, all of us from wherever we are.
We accept all.
It's nice to meet us here, and I want to start by appreciating the gentleman that has expressed himself to his displeasure of President's sentiments, that is Ruben, and also the speaker before us who said that we need to raise the bar of the debate, not to really highlight so much on our differences, or the tribal difference or either. I think that was very, very important. But I know that Sarah and Rupia are very good friends. So those are banters that happens here a lot. And we appreciate the differences. Only that sometimes other people may take it too seriously. On to my points. Before I talk on whether Ruto should resign or not, on the issue of BBI that has now been declared by the courts. Remember, the courts declared themselves to the process, not the content of BBI. And the issue of the basic structure, the issue of who can initiate it, the issue of the quorum of the IEBC, you know, those were pretty much. So the process was what was in question, not the content of it. And the content, if you look at the content keenly, there are very good aspects of it that Kenyans will not benefit from. Someone is not muted. Okay. Okay, thank you. So, there are pretty good things about BBI that people will lose. I mean, even those people who are agreeing with it, there are aspects that they were not in tandem with, but especially what the president has brought out. And even some of the people from the Tanga, they were supporting those aspects of BBI, especially where the resources were going to the MCA. And that's why you found someone like Kimani Ngujiri voted for it, because he said all politics is local. But even having said that, the judgment, and I saw that discussion coming out, will bring in an interesting thing. Kindly, the person who is not muted and is doing something on the table, I request that. Yeah, kindly mute. Yeah, you. Yeah.
Speaker.
Yes.
Okay.
Proceed.
Okay, thank you. So there's one particular thing that I think will open a Pandora's box for us, where they say that the IBC did not have a quorum. So I'm thinking anybody can go to court, and some of the things that IBC has undertaken for the several days might be found to be in question. So I'm just looking at the import of the judgment. But over and above that, let's see how it goes. Kenya is for all of us. Whatever it is that's going to come out of it, all of us will have to live with it. Now, on to the point of today, where Ruto needs to resign according to the president. I must say that when Ruben was passionately talking about they were elected together, so he shouldn't resign. In the same vein, therefore, I would suppose that if we look at this government as a failing government, then the same vein, if we are sending Jubilee home, then Ruto in the same vein should take that too, so that the two of them go home together because they were elected together. That is one. Secondly, I think he will not resign. He has said that before, and he said that he'll resign at his own time. Constitutionally, the president cannot sack him. It will be hard to raise maybe even the required quorum to send him home. I would hope what the president is bringing out is a frustrated person, that the same person is having his cake and eating it. What I would also hope for citizens of Kenya to now start holding him accountable, to paying him to hold an office and not delivering on what he has been mandated to do. Other than looking at ourselves, we look at these people as public servants. And he's a public servant. He's supposed to be delivering on a certain mandate. He's not doing that, but we are paying him. So I think also that one is something we need to hold him accountable to come the next time he's seeking any office. Because what we are seeing here is someone, like it's being said that he's having his cake and eating it. He's throwing stones in the same house he's staying, and yet he hopes that government to deliver. So I think that one is something we as citizens, we may want to look at in a different way. And finally, to just close up on that, let's try to think beyond the politicians. Like someone has said, that yes, politicians will come in, will clap for them, we will cheer them on. But once they've gotten there and then they're starting eating, all of us here will not be there. So if possible, if we can look at the bigger picture beyond the political players, what are the things we want them? We want to hold them accountable to. For me, I would be more focused on that rather than the simple propaganda that is thrown around, but focus more on what are the things that really benefit me as an individual and as a taxpayer. Thank you so much. I give it back to you, Wekesa.
Okay, thank you so much for your substantive contribution. I'm giving a warning to guys with a black screen. I'm going to eject you out. We need to see people contributing. We need to create energy on this space, because some have realized they just come online, book space, and then they go back to cook, they go back to do other things. And that's why we have been having another guy just tunasikia kitchen maji na tiririka. Yeah, can we have order? If you are still doing something else, allow somebody to contribute. If you finish what you are doing, you can come online, so that there's an orderly contribution on this debate. Thank you. We move to this guy called Hisa. Brian, had you
Yes,
contributed? Oh
I have
yeah, you
not.
are the next.
Contributed.
Brian, then he see somebody, Kisi
Okay,
Liberation Lord, and then Collins.
okay. Let me say this: the moment you mention about a constitution, at any aspect, a constitution is the basic governance of a particular place. There is no way you can change a constitution without touching on the governance of a particular place. That's why the people who contributed earlier, these people who are mentioning that they are creating positions. That's all about constitution. Creating position is all about governance. If you mention a constitution, if you want to change the constitution, you must look about the governance and the other things. The BBI had 89 suggestions. And those 89 suggestions, they were to be suggested so that they can be implemented. But unluckily, the courts let us down. Despite looking for position, BBI had some other suggestions that were good, that could help the common mwananchi. But something that pains me, and we must look at this constitution, is that this had already passed through the people, it passed through the county assemblies, it passed through parliament, but one entity only failed it, the courts. This is something that's so painful. 7 people sitting there, these are 7 judges who reason just like a normal being, decided to cancel this stuff down. I think this was not fair, and I cannot respect that decision on my point. The second thing,
just for record, it's not 7 judges. It was 6 against 1. So 1 was dissenting. So to be fair to Sichale. Okay, proceed.
Okay. Thank you. About the statement of the president, what he said, you know, even in the Bible, everywhere, wewe ukiwa msaliti, hakuna siku utakuwa msaliti na ukie kwa hiyo nyumba. Wakati unaanza kupiga mtu vita, ama mtu yeyote yule, hawezi anza kupiga vita alafu sema ati uko naye pamoja. Mtu yeyote ambaye anaamini demokrasia, ukianza kupiga vita, lazima uondoke. Sasa president akiambia deputy, wewe na kuomba uresign, ako tu right. Si ati anasema vitu ile nyaiko. Ile kitu yenye president anajaribu kuambia deputy, resign apate ample time ya kucampaign. Na mimi nataka nipe watu yani mawaidha fulani ili waone. Unajua watu wote ambao wanakuwa rais nchi lazima wakuwa wamejaribu kusimama. Hata Uhuru Kenyatta hakusimama tu mara moja na akakuwa rais. Alisimama 202, alafu sasa ndo akakuja akasimama 207. Unakumbuka wakati Kibaki alichukua Kalonzo Musyoka akuwe deputy wake. Kalonzo Musyoka kitu yenye limdanganya, alikuwa nadhani sasa amepata crowd kabisa, anaweza kuwa rais. Lakini wakati alisimama rais ndo alijua ana numbers. So hii kitu hii ati deputy president anaenda kwa election, na nasikia hapa watu wanaongelea juu ati atapiga Raila sijui nini. Those are your suggestions. Na tukianza kufuatilia, usibehave ni kama umeingia kwa hii nchi sahi kutoka Bangladesh. You have been living here and you know things that are there. Wewe unajua kiongozi ule mzuri, umetuumiza kwa muda. Hii maneno ya kusema tunachagua mtu wetu, tumeumia kwa muda sana. Kuna mtu mwenye ukimchagua unajua atafanya kitu. Mimi mahali natoka ni karibu na Sugoi, lakini manjia hapa venye imeharibika ni vibaya sana. Sasa mtu kama huyo, hata ukiniambia ati utamchagua aendeleze Kenya, anaenda kuendeleza Kenya gani? Kama huku sisi tunaumia huku upande ya nyumbani, huyu Kenya ataendeleza aje? Sasa nawaomba tu wakati tunaenda kwa hii election, at least tujaribu tuchague ule kiongozi mwenye anaweza tusaidia. Musalia Mudavadi is my tribe, but bado anajaribu, but he cannot be a president of this country. So tukiongea hapa tusiongee tu maneno ya unity. Unity, hata Bangladesh iko na unity. Lakini shida yenye na affect economy ni kubwa sana kuliko hiyo unity. Rais akiwa mzuri, economy itakuwa mzuri. Rais akiwa mbaya, economy itakuwa mbaya. Sasa unaona mahali kama Tanzania, wakati Magufuli alikuwa huko na alikuwa anajaribu kurule vizuri, economy ya Tanzania ilikuwa mzuri sana. Lakini sasa tusianze hapa kutaja maneno ya hasla. Hata mimi na wewe tunajua, hata sisi wenye tunaongea hapa tunajua maana ya hasla ni nini. Lakini tusitumie hiyo lugha kuradicalize watu ili tupate kura. Kiongozi ule mwenye anasimama hapo, na tusiende ati maneno nyingi ati tunapita makona nyingi, ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Nimemaliza yangu, sina mengi.
Okay, thank you for that short and clear presentation. We go to Liberation anaitwa Liberation Lord from Kisiland. Yes, Wagasa. The Liberator, Wagasa. You're welcome.
Wagasa.
Kuna swali mahali? Sara.
Iko swali. Hii watu wenye wanaficha hapa masura na wanaongea kama wataki kutoa sura, can you eject them?
Yes, I'm going to create to bring other people.
to bring other people.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, proceed liberation. I
Okay,
will do
proceed
the
to liberation.
administrative
I
work.
will do the administrative work.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, proceed to liberation.
Okay, proceed to liberation. I will do the
I don't know. I don't know whether people are getting me, please.
Everybody mute. Everybody
Everybody
mute.
mute.
Everybody.
Everybody mute. Everybody.
I don't know whether people are getting me, please.
Everybody mute. Everybody mute.
Everybody mute. Everybody.
Are you there? I don't know whether people are
We are there, but you are bringing a lot. There's something. Maybe you
We
have
are there,
opened
but you
more
are
than
bringing a lot. There's something.
one
Maybe you have
channel.
opened more than one
Just
channel.
get out and then come back. Kindly.
Just get out and then come back. Kindly.
I'm getting a lot of echo. I don't know how to resolve that.
Yeah, I'm saying.
But anyway, let me
just
try
get
and
out
speak
and then,
something.
yeah, just
Very,
close some.
Yeah, just close some.
Yes. Can you pardon, please?
Okay, sir. He should
anyway.
stop the feed from YouTube and remain on the studio only.
Okay. Endelea kwanza nani, wacha tuende the next person Collins, then tutamsort.
Collins askiki bana.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Collins.
Oh, you can hear me now. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's been a long time, and I'm happy to be back on the show. We are doing good discussions, but one thing somebody should realize is if you are having a Facebook page and also you are having a YouTube page, you'll be having two things working together. So that's why we hear the echo from your side, because you've opened two different platforms, so they have different speeds. I wrote something about guys confusing between the BBI, which was the team, the amendment bill, Raila Ruto politics into this our discussions. That's why our discussion is turning into be the pro Ruto and the pro Raila. We should be discussing points here. We should not be discussing I am for Ruto, I am for Raila, because that doesn't make for us any sense. The time of election is still not there. Just give us why you think this team, you can even tell us you are in Tangatanga. It's easier known that you're in Tangatanga, you are in Jubilee, you are in Kieleweke, you are in ODM. But telling us, oh, Ruto will be president, oh, Raila has taken it. When did he take it? But telling us, when did he take it? And the election is not even there. We know the team will be there, team led by the UDA party, which fortunately already they have their presidential candidate, but it's not definitive because time is still there. Even if Ruto is not in the ballot, UDA will still be in the ballot. Even if Raila is not in the ballot, ODM will still be in the ballot. So we don't have to stick onto the personalities. We can stick onto the parties, and then we come up with the party's ideologies. It's easier so that we know who stands, which party stands for what. This is the main problem we still have, and that's why it's not easy for us to have party lines. That's where when Raila says we are today not in ODM, watu wanafuata. And wabunge wetu wanasema if Raila tells you to jump, you don't ask when, you just ask how high and you start jumping. Because they're not jumping to the tune of the party, people are jumping to the tune of Raila. People are jumping to the tune of Ruto, and they're not jumping to the tune of Hustler Nation. That's why they are running it's hustler. And when you ask them, what is this hustler? They don't know. We are running with bottom up. Tomorrow is hustler, tomorrow is bottom up. When you ask them what bottom up is, they tell you it is working from up down. Because people don't understand what people are doing. So this platform, we should not be discussing who is Ruto, who has taken it, who is Mzee, and you're telling people that Raila ni Mzee, and Biden here is very old and is older than Raila. You're telling people that Raila amesimama mara mingi, and there is a Zambian president who has just been elected mwenye amesimama mara sita. If you listen to yourself, it's like you don't know, even yourself, you don't understand what you're talking about. You're praising how the deputy president of Zambia has overtaken the government. And here you are telling us that Raila amesimama mara mingi. Are you realistic to yourself? Because ule mtu, yes, amekuwa deputy president, but amesimama mara mingi. Now you are happy here telling us how a deputy president has taken over the president. And now that means Ruto is going to take over Uhuru. And you're also telling us how Raila amesimama mara mingi. Why can't you combine the two statements on the same person? Ule amesimama mara mingi, and he's a deputy president who has overtaken a president. Why is it not in Kenya? Okay, somebody told me like we are becoming so much emotional on the panel. Why are we becoming so much emotional? President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi was from Kalenjin land. He was a president from the Rift Valley. If you want to know how we lose things, then you start following the Moi's presidency. Moi could even choose the vice president from his own region, and nobody questioned that. That's why Saitoti was a vice president almost every time. Did anybody question that? And did anybody ask where he's getting? There was a time he got Saitoti out, and he was almost putting Nicholas Biwott to be the vice president, and nobody questioned that. And here is a case where we are now like, it is the first time now people are realizing that Ruto is becoming a president, and people are now seeing that he's a Kalenjin, and is now, the war is now, who is the next VP? I see some people are saying Kabogo or what. If you are not happy with me and I'm running the company which we formed with you, what is the best option as a person? Number moja, toka na assets zenye ulikuja nazo, or come we sit down and tell me if this is not the right way, Mimi, I think we should close the shop because hii duka ni yetu, mimi na wewe. Hii duka ilikuwa yetu na wewe. I know what somebody is writing, and this is where the problem starts. We want to know that Ruto was a Kalenjin, and that's why I was against when Uhuru said it is now time for another tribe. Why is it time for another tribe? Why was it not time for another tribe when we got a Kikuyu president in Kibaki? There was a Kikuyu president in Jomo Kenyatta, and now he became a president from Kikuyu. Why is it now becoming another time for another tribe? When it comes to Ruto, it is Kalenjin repeating twice, and with them they repeated 3 times. We must be guided by the principles. Who are we electing to the office of the presidency? Is this somebody who can give us what the Kenyans want? Or is this somebody who is telling us how they have a good track record in a party that is less than 5 months? They have a track record already ya kuunganisha stima, ya kuunganisha barabara, ya kutengenezea watu manyumba na kufungua RVTTIs, TTIs. Where's when was this party elected? How many times has it run any government? How many governors does it have? How many MPs that UDA have that they have run a successful manifesto in even a ward? Their wards were just elected juzi. Hakuna disbursement ya pesa imekuwa huko. The presidency was elected just, not presidency, the MP, wamepata MP moja juzi. They have not, we can't say that the MP has even received the CDF to one venye amefanya. And already Ruto is telling you that in UDA, we have a track record. Where is this track record coming from? Or did we forget what the track record means? The topic still says that we have ukichoka na nini utoke. I think Uhuru is not realistic with himself. If he's telling Ruto ukichoka nayo toka, Ruto alichoka na hii kitu kitambo. Why has he not been telling him? And Ruto himself when he wants to come to the public, is telling you that we have been, our government imetengeneza nini, our government imetengeneza hii, our government imetengeneza hii. Which is this government, when it comes to the BBI thing, he is now like government inaendeshwa na kifua. Wakenya ni sisi ndio wajinga. Mtu alisema wanasiasa wanatuona kama ng'ombe, and it is true. When they get back, they call each other na wanaulizana, usinigonge hivi nye ulinigonga. Usiseme hiyo usiseme kwa siasa, ukienda pale usiseme hii usiseme. So that tells us something. When they are together, they speak their own thing. When they go to the podiums, they speak what makes us happy. So it is us as the public, na sisi kama vijana wenye tunaweza pata hii nafasi ya kuongea. Let us discuss maturely and let us not start being sycophants here. You don't come to this platform and tell us venye Ruto ameshachukua, venye Raila ameshachukua. Election is still very many days away. Almost 300 days away. Human life is never known. Some of them may not even reach, even you or me may not reach there. So if you want to die because Raila is going to be the president, or you want to die because Ruto is going to be the president, you must just be wrong. BBI was not as it is said. Somebody said like other countries are being ruled well without BBI. Building Bridges initiative was in Kenya. It's not in other countries. So you can't tell us Zambia is running well or Ethiopia is running well without BBI. They don't have to have BBI. Building Bridges initiative was to build the bridges in Kenya among the different political factions. Why do you need to have a BBI in America? Which BBI do you want in America? Which BBI do you want in Zimbabwe? So when you talk of, some of us talk as if this BBI is another policy. The BBI is not a policy. BBI was an agreement. The coalition worked in Kenya and Zimbabwe. I think not Zimbabwe, the other country where Shangirai was. I think it's Zimbabwe. The coalition don't work in other countries. In fact, Kenya, with this new constitution that we have, is the best placed because we don't have an opposition. The members of parliament forms the opposition, all of them, including the ones in the ruling party, because they are all backbenchers. They have to oversight whatever the executive is doing. That is why the members of the executive are from out of the parliament. That is what these people wanted to change with the BBI, because anybody coming from out of the parliament cannot account for whatever is going on. He's not elected by any people. He doesn't get direct concern from, somebody has said he comes from Sugoi. As at now, nobody can articulate issues coming from Sugoi because their member is not in the parliament. So at Asai, the deputy president cannot make the road. The deputy president we have in Kenya cannot make the road. He has to go through the ministry. He has to go through the ministry. How does he go to the ministry if he has not gone to the parliament to place the order, like for the complaint to be in the parliament? So sometimes when we discuss these things, please let us be sober. Open up your mind. Stop this psychophancy. Hiyo psychophancy wacha huko, ukienda pale ukikaa huko kwa vibanda, you can discuss it there. But when you come to this podium, please let us discuss these issues. Najua watu wanatusitusi, mwingine amenitusi hapa chini, but the truth is everything is local. When you go to your local level, please discuss the politics of the local level. But ukikuja na hapa na vitu za kusikia, nani ameiba, nani ameiba. Wewe unasema Mudhama aliiba land and you don't have a proof. Mudhama aliiba land, yes, you don't have a proof. Ruto ameiba nini? Yes, do you have a proof? You don't have a proof. We only talk of people who have been taken to court, like Ruto has been taken to court. And some of these lands he has accepted, and some of them he has said that they can be repossessed by the owners. So when you talk of that kind of person, you have an evidence. But hii kitu ya kukuja tu kusema Uhuru wanted to be a prime minister, who told you? How did you know it? And they wanted to make leadership. This is the same case. Ruto anawaambia wale watu wanataka coalition ya watu makabila. Mimi sitaki coalition. In Kenya as at now, there is no party that will lead the country without a coalition. Kwani yeye atatafuta kama hataki coalition ya watu, ataenda kutafuta coalition hii ya Mungu? Ama atapata wapi? You have to talk to other people. Even hata kama ataenda kwa binguni kuchukua mtu kuleta kama running mate wako, that is still a coalition of people. That's my take.
Wow. Ningekuwa kwa Jeff's bench uliza kidogo. It's hot, huh? Anyway, we move to, unless there is a question. Sarah, you seem to ask a question.
Yes. And Wekesa,
yes.
I wanted to ask someone who said that the roads in Sugoi are not in good position. I think the person who should do that work is the area MP, and the area MP of that place of Sugoi is Janet, the Turbo MP. So that is the place of Sugoi is under Turbo constituency. The MP is Janet. So that is the work of Janet to talk with people of national government. Wakuja watengeneza barabara. See ya deputy ako suppose atauliza Janet, how can we go about this? You see department yake. That is not his docket.
Let me answer.
I also have a question.
To the same person. You have a question to who? Directed to who? Question directed to
Collins.
To Collins. Okay, ask and then the answers come.
Mr. Collins, the last statement, you've told us that people are giving allegations that William Ruto stole what and we don't have evidence. Mudama stole what and you don't have evidence. Can you please tell us, how can you explain the case of Muteshi? How can you explain that case in as far as William Ruto is concerned? That's the first question before I'm given a chance to contribute.
Okay. Can I answer? Or somebody else with another question?
Proceed.
I've not said that Ruto has not stolen. I've said if you have an evidence or a proof, then it's easy to talk about. Like the case of Ruto, if you can say about the land, some of the lands have been taken back to the owners. And one of the land, I think he said it. So at least you can talk of aliperekwa koti kuna hii. At least. But when you talk of the one from Mudama and you hauna evidence ya kutuambia alipelekwa court because of so and so. The land for Ruto was taken to the court for this Western Hotel, iya Teargas. And he said he was not aware that the land was illegally acquired, but he's willing to take the course of whatever, is willing to go by the law of what is expected of him. So that means at least there is an evidence which the owner has also done, what has accepted. There is something that needs to be addressed. But when you just come and you rub it on everybody, like somebody said here, kila mtu ni mwizi. So is it normal for us to accept that kila mtu ni mwizi, so that even if today Bernard amesimama hapo, tunasema Bernard si ameiba 500. Hata Wekesa si jana aliiba 5,000. So it is like it's nil. Also hata Collins pia akona 200 ingine hapo alipewa na nani. So it's like none is clean. This is the blanket that we are using. None of them is clean and we want just to choose the lesser thief. Please let us be realistic. That is the only thing that I'm asking. Somebody said that I'm talking from both sides. I'm an ODM sympathizer. I'm not an ODM sympathizer, and I'm not pro Ruto. I'm not against Ruto. What I'm saying is, when we come to this podium, we are discussing issues. For example, Wekesa, like president has said that Ruto to resign, and criticize the same government. Hajamwambia resign. Amesema, if we are working with you together, na unaona kama it's the same government yenye tunafanyia kazi, ndio uko busy una criticize. You're distancing yourself from this. That means you don't have a collective responsibility with me. Ikiwa ni wakati wa makosa unanirushia, ikiwa ni wakati wa baraka unajichukulia na unasema ni zetu. So please, can you declare your stand? That's the only thing. Hata kama uko ndani, just sema tu mimi niko ndani, lakini hizo makosa zenye zilifanyika siko. Just say I'm in the government, but hizo mimi sijui. Usiseme government imefail na uko ndani pale. For the roads, their MP is there. Yeye anafaa kuongea, not Ruto. Okay?
I have the question. I have the answer for that. Avoid too much English here. You know what you're trying to say? Yeah, what you're trying to say here is that you know the role of the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya.
Barasa, Wekesa, I think we had said the person who is talking is supposed to bring his own face here. Wacha kuficha sura hapa.
Pole, madam.
Hey, I want to make it clear.
Yeah,
my party is Maendeleo Chap Chap, and anybody who is calling me an ODM sympathizer, I'm a life member of Maendeleo Chap Chap, and I'm making it very clear. I'm not in ODM. I don't subscribe to their policies. I'm in Maendeleo Chap Chap. Please.
Okay. Thank you. Let me continue. I say the role of the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya is to execute the functions of the president. You can't just pretend you have gone wrong with the president this term and you are there from 2013 to 2017. The road from Tarbo connecting all the way to Sihendu. This is a road that is very, very near to Sugoi. And this road has been gazetted. It was just the role of the deputy president to execute this function of the president to take charge of that road. Look at the road from Moise Bridge directly to Misihu. You know, Moise Bridge to Misihu, not far away from Sugoi. This road has been gazetted. Why is it harder for the deputy president who uses that road to go to his home to execute these functions? These are not the roads that are. These roads are not in one constituency. These are roads that is the role of the national government. Hope you are getting me. I don't want to use a lot of English. My statements are very clear.
But also,
okay, I don't know if. Yes.
To be fair, there's something we need to understand. The roads in this country are classified. We have roads that are under Kenya. There are others that are under Kera, where the members of parliament are responsible. Kenya is the national government. There are roads that are done with the county government. So these roads, these guys are telling us, they should be telling us these roads are classified under Kera, Kenya, or where, so that we know who to ask. Is it the county? Is it the county government? Is it the MP? Or is it the national government? So we should be blaming William Ruto when exactly these functions belongs to someone else. William Ruto cannot come to execute functions which are entirely narrowed to the member of parliament. You know? So this guy has mentioned two roads. Actually, let him tell us the roads he has mentioned, whether they are under Kenya, Kera, or the constituency or the county.
Sasa mwananchi
I think
atajuaje hiyo bana?
The two roads that we're talking about, Matt, they are under Kenya. Okay?
Okay, I think that.
And also just to add a little bit in regards to the roads.
You have just made your point, and I think we have understood you, so we can proceed. I don't think it was part of the. I don't think it was part of the agenda of what we are discussing. So you have made your point. Let's proceed. You have made your point. Let's proceed.
Please, some people
I know we have a tendency of short-circuiting the topic, so I think we don't dwell too much on that. Let's proceed.
Can I say something?
Let's proceed. Okay, the next person is Omar Anaito and Dennis. Dennis, make your point. You are on mute, Dennis. Unmute and then make your point based on the topic we have today.
Yeah, kindly bring me to speed the topic we have because I've just been late.
It is scrolling there, and we are just discussing about the president's speech. He was talking about, I don't know if you watched news.
Please,
Yeah, I watched.
Can I?
Yes, I watched him.
Can I say
Let me contribute. Jimmy, allow me to contribute. I'm on the floor now.
But people have forgotten why we were looking at this. And for short-term political gain, have decided to deny Kenyans of what is legitimately in their interest. Because let me ask, one of the things that we used to talk about and we used to say, when you have a situation, if you go into our informal settlements and you go into a lot of these other areas, why do you have such tension? Why do you have such poverty? Then you get and you find out, because it is both about representation, but it is also about resources. Because when we introduced CDF, we also touched to the constituency. So when you have an honorable member of parliament receiving 100 million shillings and another one receiving 100 million shillings, one is distributing 100 million shillings to 50,000 people. Another is distributing 100 million shillings to 1 million people. Is that equity? Is that child in Mathare or Kibera, will he ever have an opportunity ever of going to university if the highest bursary he can ever receive is 5,000 shillings? And we said, if we don't deal with some of these issues, people will consistently feel pent up. And that is why we said, let us actually focus ourselves on this. Let us do it. It was not about who was going to be president, who was not going to be president, Uhuru. How many times have I told you people, I am very grateful to the Almighty God and the people of Kenya for the opportunity they've given me. I am more than happy to serve out my term and finish my program. But I also believe that this is part of my agenda, to be able to bring people together and to be able to ensure that we have a peaceful, stable, united country. And that is why I was very keen on this. Unfortunately, the courts have ruled the way they have ruled, and I believe that they have been highly misguided in that process. Unfortunately, we have had politicians, like I'm saying, for short-term political gains, who have deviated from why we wanted the BBI to it being an issue of competition. And I don't know why, because all of these people, I mean, I was hearing some people say, this BBI is to propel Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga declared his presidency with or without BBI, and he's still on the ticket. BBI has nothing to do with his candidacy. BBI has nothing to do with Uhuru wanting to continue, because there is no clause in BBI that says that the incumbent president is going to continue for another 10 years. There is no clause. This is all propaganda and hype. That is.
Okay, I just wanted to bring you back to the topic, and so that we focus on Uhuru breaking silence over BBI and speaking whatever he spoke. Let's dwell on the content. I know we like going and talking about Ruto and Raila, but I wish that we stick to the content of what the president was speaking, so that our debate is guided. Okay.
Thank you, Wakesa. First of all, thank you for the opportunity you've given us to contribute on this speech. I have taken 3 things from the president. The president is talking about equity in terms of distribution of resources, especially those ones that are going to the constituencies. It is fair. The president is being fair in his words. Take, for example, a constituency that is called Juja. You compare it with where Duale comes from, Garissa Township. To imagine that Juja constituency get 140 million in the name of CDF and Garissa Township, where Duale comes from, where only 4,000, where only less than 1,000 students are going to school, it is fair for the president to suggest that BBI was only meant to bring equity. You know, divide these constituencies, you know, so that maybe it is fair when resources are coming to balance between various constituencies. For example, those ones that are receiving huge sums of money as compared to others. For example, what I've named Juja. Secondly, I heard the president saying that these people who are anti-BBI, they were saying that BBI was about that was about Raila Odinga becoming president or vying for president. For Christ's sake, Raila Odinga has been running for president since '97. There was no BBI. No BBI in 2007, and you know what happened? They were together with our Kalenjin brothers. There was no BBI in 2013. There was no BBI actually in 2017 twice. It's funny when you are being lectured that Raila Odinga wanted to run because of BBI. It is BBI that brought him. We go without BBI, but as it may, BBI has its own, ilikuwa na maneno yake kidogo. Even our constitution 2010, it is not a perfect document. It is a document that we passed, but after passing it or after promulgating it, we were going to fine-tune there are legislations that followed later through Parliament to make that document fit the expectations of Kenyans. Same to BBI. There's also another issue about the president has talked about. I don't know why we have picked William Ruto, because he has not mentioned William Ruto. There are many people who are fighting this government. You know, there are a lot of people in government who the president maybe is referring to. You know, entirely William Ruto. But if it is William Ruto, asking William Ruto to resign is not going to resign. A lot of people have told, have gone to the media in a public debate in the country that William Ruto should resign. Why is he opposing the government he's serving and is earning from? You cannot eat your cake and get away with it. I think where it has reached, we should not ask William Ruto to resign. It is high time now William Ruto has to be impeached. To make that point make sense. Because as it stands, like we have had him in various functions, picking some achievements of this government, saying we have been able to build SGR, we have been able to connect electricity, we have been able to do TTIs. But when it comes to scandals like KEMSA, you heard him, you know, what he was saying. Somebody will just, this person is not the deputy president of the country. I remember very well. I think William Ruto should not complain, because William Ruto formed this government. William Ruto was in government when they were passing the draconian laws. There was fight in government. The opposition now that is in the handshake, called ODM, they were trying to block those amendments from seeing the floor of the House. But there is something they introduced in this country called tyranny of numbers. They overpowered the opposition. This government is on record, you know, Duale being the leader of majority in the assembly and Murkomen being the leader of majority in Senate. These are the people who increased the debt ceiling. from actually 7 billion to 14 billion. And that amendment went to parliament, and the people who are in UDA are the ones that made sure that we have protected this government and we have given it a license to borrow more. It is just after 2017 elections, we are hearing from this opposition in government, the Jubilee Asili, telling us how this government is over borrowing. How was these people expecting the government not to borrow when they are the people who actually legislated, and increased the debt, the ceiling? So, us as Kenyans, we are not taking political sides, because when these issues trickle down to the people, the same way my sister from Sugo is affected, I am also affected from Kisi, and anyone else in this country is affected. I don't think this is the time all of us has to take political sides when you're facing this issue. If it is Uhuru Kenyatta himself, I believe personally, as the president is going home, he is going home as the best president this country ever had. In as much as he has borrowed, our sister from Sugoi, you will tell us the money that was borrowed from Italy that was meant to build Kimwarer and Aror. That now we have the guts to preach about bottom up. Which bottom up, are we preaching when there is no water, when there is no dam that can support people who are doing farming in Kimwarer and Aror? Those are the small people we are talking about. Those people who are doing small and large scale farming. I think if bottom up is making sense, these dams that were supposed to be built there, it is not the government that was coming to drink that water. It is the people from Rift Valley who are going to use this water for domestic and irrigation. And after you have made sure that their dams, they have been built, no money was stolen. These people who are doing farming, watatengeneza mboga, wapeleke sokoni, inunuliwe. That is the value addition William Ruto is preaching. But we all know what happened. We all know what happened on Kimwarer and Aror. Another thing.
Okay. Yeah, I think summarize in 1 minute. In 1 minute, please.
Yes. I see my time is going on. So, Mr. Wekesa, there is you will allow me to go a little bit out of the topic to just add on what our brother Colin said about this bottom up.
In 1 minute.
In 1 minute. We understand how the country operates and how the funding of various government policies works. I really don't know the proponents of this bottom up. Since we entered this show, nobody has told us how they are planning to fund this model, this economic model. Let us not introduce narratives that when you get to elections, after voting for William Ruto, it will be very hard for him to implement those bottom ups because there will be nowhere to start from. He'll only have to send money to the counties. The money has to be disbursed to the constituencies. There is no other way, the government, his government is going to fund these things he's telling us about right now. So I believe I'll stop there.
Thank you.
And maybe if someone has a question, will ask me.
Thank you so much. We have kept Jimmy waiting. Jimmy, you can proceed from there. After Jimmy, we have Angela. Then Bernard, you will contribute and take over the show.
Be short. So
I think after Bernard, the only person who has not talked to will be Yusuf, and then he can Yusuf and the Liberation Lord. I hope he has fixed his mic. Then the rest will be taking maybe the second round. Yeah, Jimmy, you can proceed.
Thank you. Mnanisikiza wote?
Sir?
So
Endelea.
it's okay. Acha niwasalimie. Naona mtu tunasikizana hapo. Wacha nimsalimie Chamgei na hao wengine mlembe bosi. So mimi sitasema mengi because nimesikiza kenye watu mmesema. Now I'm very keen on listening. If you want to speak at times, you learn to listen. Huyu rafiki yangu hapa ameongea sana, nimesikiza kenye amesema na nimefurahia sana. But at times as Kenyans we need to arrange our facts. Let us get things right. Maneno ya hiyo sailing, I want to correct my friend. It was from I think 7 trillion to 9 trillion. And honestly, I wish to start from that clip. Our president, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, is upset. Amechoka bana. Tulianza maneno ya handshake kitambo. Leave alone this handshake of Baba versus Uhuru. Tulianza kabisa Nakuru. Nakumbuka Rais alisalimiana na William Ruto, and you know what the country had been through. We had a shambolic election way back in 2007 that culminated into the two being taken to the ICC. Wakarudi, they convinced Kenyans that we don't want to fight anymore. Let us shake hands. We become friends. Let communities coexist. Let us interact and be actually meaningful in way of living. They were elected on a Jubilee ticket. Nadhani kila mtu mnajua hiyo. Then kuna you know at times the Bible is very clear. What comes out of your mouth? You know, confession is possession. Najua nyinyi watu mnasoma Biblia. When you confess something, then you possess. So rafiki yetu Uhuru Kenyatta alisema yangu 10 na ya ndugu yake William Ruto 10. So I will actually analogize that one. Tunaendanga kanisa, tunasikia watu wanaoana wanasema for better for worse. Then after some time unapata watu wamedivorce. They are going for court battles. Nitachukua watoto, I'll take this out of this marriage. Ulinipata kama niko na baiskeli, you're not taking this. So to avoid much stories, I want to be very honest. Kwanza rais alikosea. Hiyo kitu alisema ya yangu 10 yake 10, it was wrong. And I'll also speak to the 2017 election. On the court issue, Maraga was very, very right. He did the utmost right thing for this country and for the coming generations. Yeye alisema hiyo kitu, it was null and void, go back to it. I want to say this openly. I'm a Kalenjin, I come from Nandi County. But I subscribe fully to the ideas of the ODM party. Mimi ni Mnandi, napenda Raila sana. Kwa sababu mimi ni mwana, I love democracy. I also love this breathing space Raila has brought from the second liberation. Najua ukiangalia kina Orengo, ukiangalia kina Raila, don't think they just came from yesterday. Hii maneno ya kina Osoro, the likes of kina Didimas Barasa, they should be told to sit and see where Raila has come from. Mimi hiyo sitaki kuficha my stand. I don't want to get a bit emotional kama rafiki yangu hapa ameongelea kimwarer nini. Kila mtu amekosa kwa inchi. We want to get the right direction, not for tomorrow only, but for the coming years. Unasikia Uhuru alikuwa anasema tusianze kugeuza hii story ya BBI ikue somebody lost somebody aligain. Hapana, we lost as a country. Imagine the word fund ingefanya nini Kenya hii? Imagine representation by one man, one vote, one shilling. Tusikuwe tunapeana hundreds of millions iende huko Lamu, then we have some people crowded somewhere in Kibera, Mukuru kwa Njenga. Bwana, we need to speak things the way they are. Nataka tuongee ukweli. Nimewaambia mimi ni Mnandi lakini napenda Raila because I am a revolutionarist. I love change na napenda sana wakati unafanya kazi yako kama Kikuyu kwa Eldoret, tunafanya kazi yako, hakuna mtu anakusumbua. Wewe ni Mkisii, unauza miwa yako Nairobi, no one is questioning that. So we need to be a little bit sober. Let us come out of those tribal cocoons. We need to be actually people who see far. Wale watu mmebarikiwa kwenda huko America, you saw the democracy of the American people was put to test. Nilishangaa sana kuona mzee Trump ameenda nyumbani. I saw states standing from this side and the other side. The Republicans and Democrats have lived for ages. Si ile ati tunatoka ODM 2005, we come to another thing on 2007, 2012 like that. So unajua hii tabia moja ya Wakenya, we don't stick to a party and its ideologies. Tunazunguka na kufuata kiongozi wa chama kwa sababu tunataka re-election. So hiyo ni tabia ya Wakenya na imeharibu even our local leaders. Naona mtu anafuata Ruto kwa sababu we are swinging by the votes of this big person. Si mtu aache hiyo chama ya baba ama aache hiyo ya Ruto ama aache Kenya anafanya, like Moses Kuria. I like that man. He does a lot, having in mind hajawahi tegemea ati a big party to carry him to parliament. If they are bold enough, kwanza tuko na puppets wengi sana like kina Caleb Kositany, they just follow Ruto. Na huyo mtu mwenye amesema huko where he comes from, it's pathetic. People are complaining. Naona maneno ya mahindi ililala chini. All these things is because we don't choose the right thing. Sisi ni kuimba tu bottom up, and you can see even kina Alice Waome, a distinguished lawyer, cannot explain what bottom up approach is. Hii ni Kenya gani bwana? So mimi sitaki kusema mengi because I'll get emotional. I just want to rest there, lakini nataka niwaambie wa Kenya, come out of those tribal cocoons. Wacha kusema huyu ni mtu wangu, ilikuwa hivi, wacha kutusi Matiangi, wacha kufanya hivi. Please, if Matiangi is doing the right thing for this country, not for himself, just applause Matiangi. Kama mtu amefanya makosa, kama ile blanda ya the COVID billionaires, mimi sibembelezi Murathe. If you are bad, you are bad. If you are good, you are good. They are Luos, wenye wako kwa serikali wanafanya kazi mzuri, tuwapongeze. There are Kalenjins also wenye wanafanya kazi mzuri kama kina Kipsang Belion, kama Farida Karonei. Tell them you're doing the right thing. Lakini sasa si kuanza ati kuchukiana ama kupigana mawe kwa sababu ati huyu ni wetu, huyu si wetu. That is not the way to go. If we want to live for the next 100 years peacefully, please let us not be tribalistic. Wazazi wasikuwa wanauza ng'ombe kupeleka ng'ombe wengine shule. We are human beings. Let us love one another. Let us embrace the diversity. Nasikia Watanzania wanasema tuna kabila moja tu ya Waswahili. Magufuli nilikuwa nampenda sana, lakini hii yetu, even a child, unamuuliza mtoto umepatana na mtu hapo kwa njia, sijaona mtu, ni Mjaluo alikuwa anabeba nini, samaki. You see, that is bad manners. So thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you. That is something to ponder about. Can we, except you have a question, we go straight to Kisii liberation.
Bernard, it was supposed to be me.
Oh, it was supposed to be Angela. Okay.
Yeah.
Let Angela come, then liberation later.
Okay, thank you so much. Hi, everyone. How is everyone doing?
We are good.
Can we see your face?
Not today. I'm having a bad hair day and I don't want to be on video looking like this. But hearing what is going on in the forum, I just had to come in regardless of how my hair looks. And I'm so sorry I won't be on video today, but maybe next time. Is that okay with everybody?
Well, remember, endelea.
Okay, sawa. Sasa, today I've had so many things, and especially agree with what is it Jimmy has just said, especially in terms of the fact that we can actually support people who are not necessarily from our tribe. You know, if our values and principles agree with theirs, why not? You know, and in as long as we follow people blindly, we'll always make wrong decisions. So for me, my prayer for Kenyans is that we look at ideologies, we look at values, people's principles, and if those principles match our own, we go with that. Let's not be blinded by emotion. I've also realized that people are so frustrated, which is understandable. Kenyans are very frustrated due to the economy. And obviously things have not been going well, especially due to COVID. So everybody in Kenya is suffering. And not only in Kenya, even all around the world because of COVID. So economies are suffering, people are suffering, even Western countries, of which I live in one. People here are also struggling. It's not easy. You know, we were locked down for some time. It took forever to recover. And we're still recovering. So that it's the same thing that's happening in Kenya. The problem now with my brothers and sisters in Kenya is that we have now taken this frustration and now turned it into hatred for our leaders, hatred for the government. You know, we are so bitter, we are angry, we are making emotional decisions. The other day I was listening to Fifth Estate with Mutahi Ngunyi and his crew. And I would urge people to listen to that program because it really opens your eyes to see things that probably you're not being able to see because of this anger. You know, they were saying one thing that really they said this week that's really powerful is the fact that there are people or politicians who exploit frustrated people. Because you're frustrated now, they bring themselves out to be the savior, and as a result, they start telling you the things that you want to hear. There is nothing as dangerous as someone telling you the things that you want to hear. Me, I'd rather someone come and tell me the truth, because at least with the truth, I know what I'm dealing with. But someone who wants to make me get so emotional and I just go crazy, all reasoning out the door, and now I'm making decisions based on emotions. So those are very dangerous decisions. And if we continue on this path of making decisions out of frustration, out of, oh, I don't have a job, I'm unemployed, I don't know what, come 2023, things will even be worse if you choose the wrong leaders. Things will even be worse. And now the frustration that you're feeling towards whoever you're feeling frustrated at today will be like 10 times because you are all in emotionally. You are all vested emotionally. So I think even as we are supporting who we are supporting, let us realize that politicians do what politicians do. They are playing us, all of them. Even the one I'm supporting is playing me. You know? So we realize that these people are playing us. They're telling us what we want to hear so that we can favor them. And so let's make our decisions in a sober way and make decisions soberly. Something that the president said, back to the topic of the day, is that we were talking about the president. I've heard people saying that the president said that Ruto needs to resign. based on what me I had, I did not hear anything about him telling him to resign. Based on what I had, he told him that he is advising him to resign if he is unhappy. And we all know that Ruto has been all over the place, like talking against the government. So Uhuru is not telling him, resign, resign, you must resign. Uhuru is saying, if you're not happy, resign. He's giving him a choice. He's not telling him resign. If he was going to say resign, he would have said resigned. He said, what he said is that I am advising him to resign if he is unhappy. So that is so different from the way what people are trying to make it look like Uhuru is telling Ruto to resign. For me, that's not the message I got from what the president said today. He also told him that if he at all he has principles, because then he would need to resign. Because we all know that the deputy president has not been doing the work of the deputy president. In fact, the only thing he's been doing since 2017 is campaigning for 2022. So what the president is saying, if you are principled, you should resign. However, there must be a reason why he wants to hold on to the seat, which is also his choice. If he chooses not to resign, that's fine. But discussions have to be had. You know, people have to talk. We can't now say he has refused to resign, let's just keep quiet and not talk about it. We have to point the fact that he's not working, that he's not doing the work he's supposed to be doing. And then when the government is doing well and is being pongezwad, he's there. And he's the same one who's also pointing to what the government is not doing. Yet he's in the government. It's so contradictory, you know. In the issue of I had people discussing the Sugoi roads. When you say that the work of fixing the road is MP, that is true. I agree. Hiyo ni kazi ya MP kufix barabara. Although I'm not I don't have enough knowledge on who should be fixing which road, and neither do I have any knowledge with Sugoi. But what I know as someone from Central is that the deputy president has been coming to Central to give money in churches. He's been all over Central giving money in churches. Personally, I believe charity begins at home. What is this agenda you have where you're coming to give people money in Central and your roads are messed up where you live, your Ushago, your hometown is messed up, and you're giving money in other areas? So that already tells you that that according to William Ruto, let me just say, charity does not begin at home, and that he has an agenda to where he's spending millions elsewhere and neglecting his own home. That says a lot about the character of that person. Lastly, I've noticed that in this forum, people regurgitate a lot of what they are being told. Today you're told this by your leaders, you take it. You're told this, you take it. And then you come and regurgitate it here in the forum. The same thing that is being said out there in political rallies, you're coming regurgitating it here without doing your research and without bringing facts to the forum. Unaenda unasikia hivi unakuja unasema as if it is biblical truth. When we hear our leaders saying what they are saying out there, let's interrogate it. Let's not just take it and write it down so that I can come and say it in the forum. Come on, guys. We are better than that. In order for us to choose the right leaders, good leaders, we must interrogate what they're saying. We must, whether you're supporting him or not, unasema yenyewe hapo umedanganya. Even if I'm supporting you there, you have lied. Because you've gone and done your research, and then you won't come and start telling people in the forum here as if it's biblical truth. There's so much lies that have been said about BBI. When we all know, everybody in their subconscious knows that the BBI was for the best, it was for the better of the Mwananchi. It was not for the leaders. It wasn't about positions. It wasn't about whatever people were saying it's about. It wasn't about Uhuru increasing his term or not coming out of presidency. The BBI was for the Mwananchi, and Uhuru's main goal has been to unite the people And just like Jimmy said, since way before 2013, that's what he has been trying to do. So does it mean that because we unite, let's unite, and then you can unite with a certain group, but not with everybody? I think Uhuru has a good heart in terms of wanting to unite the country, and I think he has good intentions. So let's not blast it because Ruto said BBI is not good or whatever. BBI was good. Okay, it will not happen, or they might find another way to bring it up again. But for now, let us agree that BBI was for the best of the Mwananchi. And if Ruto is really for bottoms up, whatever that means, or if at all Ruto is for the Mwananchi, as he tries to portray himself, he should have been the first one to support that BBI. But because he did not, we know what his agenda is. We need to face it. Even those who are supporting him, face it. This man just wants to be president, come what may. And that is a very dangerous person. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Society where people disagree, yeah, all right? The honorable thing that leaders do is to say, I disagree with the policies of this government, and therefore I wish to disassociate myself from them, and you tender your resignation. I wish this is what people would also do, you know? Because as they say, you can't live in a glass house and also throw stones. You're in the same house and you're also throwing stones to demolish it, right? Okay? I have tried as much as possible to make sure that everything that we do, I keep everybody also within government involved. And even some of those people who are criticizing have been part and parcel. Yeah? And this is why I'm saying it's very unfortunate. Yeah? But like I want to reiterate, you know, I have an agenda that I was elected on. And that work must continue. And it would be really the honorable thing that if you are not happy with it, that you would actually, you know, step aside and allow those who want to move on, and then take your agenda to the people, which is what happens in any normal, you know, democracy, because you can't have your cake and eat it, yeah? You know, you can't on the one hand say, I'm not going, and because at the same time, I don't agree. You know, you've got to
Okay, thank you for the reminder. We are going to Kisii Liberation. Are you still there?
But we had a question for Angela.
Yeah.
You have a question for Angela, or somebody has a question for Angela?
Yeah, I have a question for Angela.
Start with your question.
Angela, she has told us that since 2017 to now, William Ruto has not been performing his functions as the deputy president, and therefore it will be better for him to leave government. But my sister Angela, it is in the same period of time when his functions were transferred from his office to the office of Interior. How are we, let us be fair to him, how are we expecting him to be the deputy president? What do you want him to
do? If his functions were, why were his functions transferred? Was it because he was working?
A lot of scandals like Marer Dam, no one will tolerate such issues.
I think Angela, the reason as to why his functions were transferred is not because he was unable to perform them. You've asked a question that why. I'll try to answer. In the election, in the general election of 2017, there was a nullification of election of the president. I think the issue of legitimacy of the presidency and the government came into play. And now, after elections, the president was looking for a legacy and to legitimize his government. I think this is when he had to bring the opposition into government you know, targeting the deputy president. You understand? So how are we expecting the deputy president to
Hold
perform?
on, Dennis. Dennis.
Yes.
Dennis, one moment. Reaching out to the opposition because of illegitimacy of the presidency. How does that translate into targeting the deputy president? Was the deputy president part of the illegitimacy of the president?
Wekesa, thank you for the good question. You have brought the opposition into government. For them to legitimize your government, you have to share the cake that you have. And all the president has done is to de-whip all the members that are associated with William Ruto. And some of those positions have been awarded to the opposition. So how do you expect them to support the government that has de-whipped them from the government?
Let me say this. If you want to legitimize something, you
Kindly,
have to remove those people who are a burden to your legitimization of this of that issue. So the deputy president actually was acting like a barrier to the president. So the president decided to be serious. You know, the first 5 years, we had a lot of scandals, and no one criticized these scandals. In fact, when, like, remember the NYS scandal, the Kimwarera Road Dam, these are millions of, these are billions, not even billions, trillions you're talking about. So the president had to show himself is that legitimate. So he had to remove the burden, and the burden was William Samoei Ruto.
Personally, based.
Yes.
I don't
Hold
agree.
on, Angela. Just a moment.
I don't agree with what.
Hold
this
on.
gentleman has
We are
said.
losing track. We need to get back on the rail and move forward. So I'll give Angela a minute to respond. Then we move on with the debate, please.
Personally, I don't think the purpose of the handshake was to bring opposition into the government. That is now the impression that Ruto has given people. The purpose of the not of BBI, but of the handshake was to bring Kenyans together, and at the time to stop all these Monday tear gases that were happening that time, and the fact that half of the country felt that they had been, that they were not being represented. I think that was the purpose of the handshake. However, Ruto has convinced everybody that the purpose of the handshake was to bring Raila into government. I do not think that Raila has ever been in government other than during the time when he was the prime minister. I think he is still in the opposition currently. But the person but now you see what Ruto has done, which is very sly, very cunning. He has made himself into a victim. So everything that is happening in Kenya is all about Ruto. Handshake is about Ruto. BBI is about Ruto. Everything is about Ruto. Surely, when people were doing tear gas Mondays and Fridays, was that about Ruto? Want people feeling that they are not represented in this government, and they were feeling that the vote in 17 was illegitimate. That's why they were all over the place doing tear gas Monday. It was not about Ruto. Now to stop these people from doing this, Uhuru approached Raila, and Ruto was even aware of it. And I think even he must have been told about it, and he must have agreed to it. But now, in the public eye, he wants to make everybody think that he's the victim. He was not involved. He's not for it. It's not about you, Ruto. It's not about you. It's about the Kenyan people.
Okay. Thank you, Angela. I think the point is at home. And just to set the record clear, the deputy president is the personal assistant to the president. If the president has visitors and the food is not enough. A good deputy president will go to the kitchen to increase the food because the visitors have come and we need to eat together. I wouldn't expect a situation whereby you have gotten visitors and you are the head of the family, and the person to assist you entertain the visitors runs away because you have come with visitors. That is a troublesome home. Can we move to Kisi? Is Kisi still around?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Go
I'm
ahead,
around.
make your submission as fast as possible, please.
Yes, thank you. I believe almost all of you are getting me.
Yeah, you are clear, but just a moment. The black screen is too much. Please, your faces. Your faces, or we drop you, we bring in people can bring their face.
Is it clear now? Yes,
Go
am
on,
I clear?
Liberation.
So what I want to say is just very precise. First of all, I'm the Kisi Libertarian Lord. I believe in transformation and I believe in the rule of law. So I just want to disagree with some of you on some issues before I proceed. Number one, somebody said, and I think it is the lady who has just spoken, she has said that the issue of BBI was for the Mwananchi. I just want to disagree with that completely because, you know, what Mwananchi asked for or wanted during the 2017, 2018, whatever, I think it was elections, was actually peace and the issue of fighting corruption, which I think was supposed to be addressed not by the issue of BBI. Another thing,
I think we have dropped him. He has network problem. I wanted to ask how was it to be addressed if it was not via BBI, but I think he will continue when he comes back. Can we now have, who was the next person? Ilikuwa mimi mwenyewe ama?
Hapana, ni Yusuf alafu wewe.
Oh yes, Yusuf.
Yes,
Yusuf, how are you?
I'm fine. Thank you.
Aya, karibu tuendelee.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. Thank you. I can see the topic was running, and most of our colleagues here, they're heated by the feelings of this political weather.
Bernard, I think we say these black screens we don't want to see.
Which one? Are you referring to me?
Everybody, please put on your video if you want to stay on the screen. We are torturing the viewers. Yusuf, go ahead.
Before I continue, I want to highlight some points that were mentioned by our colleague here. And when the issue of Raila being in government, Ruto being pushed out, and this thing. If we can see, or we can have eyes to see, everything is clear. Raila is in government, one. I am talking of what Angela just recently said. Raila is in government. Ruto is not in government physically. He's just physically there, or he was there as elected. But in terms of mandate, he is limited. He's handicapped just because of the presence of the real Baba and the handshake issue. I feel sorry for my deputy president because he is pushed out by his own person that he fought for, he pushed for.
How is it pushed out? Please explain yourself articulately. If you say he has been pushed out, tell us by this and that and that.
Although I don't feel good that when that deputy president is pushed out, even I don't feel good, because that's why I wanted to forgo that. I just wanted to peruse through only. But for that case, the deputy president has been pushed out of the arena just because the Baba arrived. Uhuru wanted to have a company or to run the government for the time that left only. He will retire automatically, and he don't wanted to have maybe interruptions or opposition, and he wanted just to cool the weather by pushing out his deputy and just having a table with the Raila. Now, the government is not running well. With the arrival of Raila, we have lost a lot of money, honestly. In this COVID, with this arrival of Baba project, BBI project, and that turned or used our fund inappropriately. And there is issue that has been highlighted here also by our colleague about the corruption of the corruption category of the deputy president. If indeed Ruto maybe stole or is corrupt, why is the way the president pushed him out? Why is he not following up through the right channel to get him, if indeed he has taken the public money? The issue of Kimorer and Morer, I don't know how to pronounce another language to me. All those money is from treasury. The money from treasury, it must be signed by the president, and it's not the work of the deputy. And he has nothing to be linked to, although he is part of the government during that time. But the sign that bears must be the one of the president. And let's not fool, for the purpose of politics, let's not fool the public on that issue. The president is aware where that money went to, how it is used, whether it is siphoned to public, or whether it is siphoned to the individual pocket or it is used well. The president knows that. Therefore, Mr. Deputy President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, has no issue to do with corruption in this case. The first 5 terms was run smoothly. Government going on slow motion is common. Sometimes during Kibaki, we have been told that the economy rose by 10% in the first 5 years. And again, in the second year, it dropped by around to 4 to 6%. That is common. But realistically, what President Uhuru is doing is totally killing the democracy of this country, or the development part has been ignored. So only that the issue of Raila has been discussed all over. Raila has been discussed. The people who make up this government are not taking part in the decision making. And now, the current one now we are talking about is the Hustler Nation. Is something that will going to exist and will going to stay with us. The issue here, Raila being on the ballot paper, Ruto being on the ballot paper, is something that we're going to see. It's a matter of time. But for me, I will say Ruto is not a problem for us, or the way sometimes, I don't know whether Mutembei was talking, it was a lot of feelings towards the Ruto. And another colleague of ours who was saying, maybe when he was expressing his point, he was talking of cows and dogs. I don't know why we are fond of using those kind of words. On that issue of Ruto,
I have a
being
question.
corrupt. Yes.
You're talking a lot of things, but I have a few questions that I want to ask you. Number one, you said Raila Odinga is in government. Is in government as who? Number two, you're
As
saying
intruder.
that Kimwarer and Aror down. I don't know if the president must sign. Why did the DPP bring in the issue of deputy president? Number three, something that you say that deputy president has no scandal to do with everything. Why is he linked to the school farm that is linked to the Western Hotel and all these other things? Don't talk as if you have just arrived in Kenya right now, or are you drunk?
Good question.
Mr. Bernard, I also have some questions for you.
Hold on, please. Hold on. Okay, Yusuf, respond. Dennis,
Before
you
Yusuf,
hold your question first. Hold your question first.
please,
Let him respond to the first
please, before Yusuf.
Jimmy.
Hello, kabla Yusuf hajasema kitu, please, he's a Muslim. Muslims don't take alcohol. So Brian, I wish you withdraw and apologize.
I think he has disappeared.
And Bernard,
yes.
Someone should be given chance to articulate his issues, and then from there, people should ask questions. Why are people jumping in to ask some question, and yet they have the papers to write their question, and then when someone has cleared, then someone can ask questions. That is disturbance.
This guy was not going to finish.
Mr.
So
Dennis,
Dennis, you know him better.
It's okay. He will come back and continue. But so far,
Purity is waiting. Give her a chance to say something.
Jimmy, sasa hapo tutaanza ku blacklist. Kwanza sura yako tujaona. Hiyo ndio kosa ya kwanza. Tunaweza kamata wewe. Iko mtu mmoja tu nilipatia ruhusa ya kutoweka picha, ni Angela. Ni member na alisema madai yake. So Jimmy, we want to see your face so that the viewers can know who is talking to them and what is he saying. Except unatafuta huku nje utake kuonekana hapa, although sisi tunaonekana mpaka State House, so lazima ujitahidi.
Now, Bernard, yes. I think hiyo kitu ya kuweka sura ikuwe rule number 1. Kama mtu hawezi weka sura, toa yeye, wengine waingie wenye wanataka kuweka masura.
Sawa, Madam Chair. Now, that is well communicated. We'll give them grace period. 3 shows. Then it will be permanently sealed. If you don't want to come with your video, then hautaweza kwa nini, utakaa kwa nyuma ya bench usikilize maneno alafu uchangie kwa kutype.
Can we interact on what? Can we respond on what Yusuf was saying?
Sorry?
Can we respond on what that Yusuf raised?
Hold on, Dennis. You have you given your submission?
Yes, I've
Dennis,
given my submission.
Okay, then hold your horses. We want to get somebody who has not yet made the submission. Then we begin to do the second round. So let's hear from Purity. Then we take the second round. Purity, how are you? Unmute, please. Unmute, Purity.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah. Haya, karibu.
Nashukuru. Mimi nilitaka kuuliza Bernard, umesema ati mtu ni msaidizi wako, umekuja na wageni, instead aandae chakula kingi, wageni wakule, anafanya nini na anatoroka. Na wageni wakikuja waanze kujicontrol kwa nyumba yako, utafurahia? Wakuja waingia mpaka kwa bedroom. Mgeni anakuja, anakuwa na nidhamu, anakaa hapa ngoje chakula aletewe, si kukuja mpaka kitchen mpaka bedroom. Hiyo sio poa, huwezi furahia. Kitu cha pili, kuna mwingine amesema hapo ati deputy president ati kama amechoka ati venye president tu ametoka kusema. Wacha nikuulize, siwezi lima shamba langu nilime nipande then wakati wa kuvuna niachie watu wakule? Hiyo ni ujinga wa hali ya juu. Nakaa mpaka nikavuna nikakula nikashiba nikaenda nikazitoa kwa choo. Siwezi toka. Hata kama mimi ni deputy, nakaa hapo mpaka siku ya mwisho. Atatoka hapo, resign akienda kupeleka kunini, akitaka kuingia sasa UDA, akienda kupeleka pepa zake kuvai for president. Yeye hakuna mtu mwenye atamsurutisha ati you have to resign. For what? Ana resign for what? Aya, mwingine amesema hapo ati sijui barabara zenye ziko mpaka wa Western. Hata mimi natoka Western, Chwele kwanza, Bungoma County. Aya, then Nyandarua penye president mwenyewe anatoka county ya huko kwao. Watu hata maiti zinabebwa na punda. Huyu anataka kuniambia nini? Mbona president hajaona hiyo? Mnaona tu William Ruto. Kila mahali makosa ikipatikana William Ruto. Muoni president? Yeye mbona hajatengeneza barabara kwa huko hivyo nini Nyandarua? Tangu watu wazaliwa huko wajawahi ona maji, wengine maji safi ya kunywa. Nyandarua ni tabu peke yake. Na ni
Uhuru hajatoka Nyandarua. Uhuru hajatoka Nyandarua. You're wrong.
Nimekuambia ni
central, my dear.
Ebu ngoja, usitake kuniambia venye mimi nasema ni
Chwele iko huko karibu na Uganda.
Ya president.
I'm talking about Bungoma County.
Mount Kenya. Unasikia? Nyandarua iko pia huko hivyo. Na watu wa huko wanabeba maiti na punda. Aibu. Na tumekuwa na president watatu. Uhuru ako tu hapo hivyo. Sasa hizi miaka yake inaenda kuisha, ndio ameanza kuona vitu yenye natakana kufanya. Mbona hakufanya hiyo wakati wote na ako na power?
Uhuru ameenda kama kanisa Rift Valley kupeana pesa, my dear.
Isikuume, hata unaweza chukua yako ukapea, unaweza chukua pesa ukalisha mtoto wa jirani hata kama wako ana.
Excuse me, Bernard.
Nini ulisha mtoto wako ndio ukume jiongeza.
Yes, order ladies, and
let's argue with the facts here.
Acha niongee.
Sasa mtu anasema anatoka Chwele. Naongeleaje barabara iko Bungoma nini?
Please.
Chwele ni huko side ya Uganda.
Side ya Uganda.
Chwele ni huko msituni kabisa.
Hold on.
Siongelea hata iko karibu na Sugoi. Sisi tunaongelea barabara ya Tarbo.
Najua hizo kaunti zote nimetembea, mimi mfanye biashara, nimeuza mpaka hiyo masoko yote yenye uko naita hapo, hiyo karibu na Tarbo yote nimetembea huko. Unataka kuniambia nini? Na ndio nimeuliza tu vizuri. President yani yeye ndio anasimamia kila kitu. Na deputy president hawezi enda kuambia president hivi na hivi. Kama utaki ushauri, unataka amchape viboko ndio afanye venye deputy president anataka. Ama mnataka afanye nini? Kila kitu kibaya mnarushia deputy president. Amuoni pia president yuko na makosa yake. Watu wasilete makasiliko ya BBI hapa. BBI haikuwa na maana yoyote kwa mtu wa chini. Ilikuwa tu ya kuleta viketi, na hata viti vyenye vilikuwa vinaundwa ni 5 peke yake ya makabila 5 makubwa. Hii makabila ingine 43 wangewakilishwa na kina nani? Si basi wangetengeneza viketi ya 45 ama 43 tribes ndio tujue sasa tengeneza
Purity, hold on. Purity, wewe ndio umeleta makasiriko mingi sana. Relax kwanza. Okay. Ngoja hapa, tafadhali sikiliza.
Yote venye mmekuwa mnaongea.
Sikiliza nikuulize. Umesikiza speech ya president?
Nimesikiza. Huyo kwanza alikuwa amekunywa yake, alikuwa amelewa.
No, don't brush off things like that.
Alikuwa amelewa.
Relax.
Hapana, unless unauza pombe.
Unauza pombe na kuuzia
wewe. Mtu wako sawa kweli?
Wewe toa huyu mtu kwa show.
Purity. I want us to be sober.
Kwa nini nitolewe?
Bernard.
Yes, Sarah.
As our moderator, I think we should have respect to our leaders.
Yes. Very true.
From President Ruto, Raila, Kalonzo, those all leaders, political leaders of ours, we should have respect with them.
Hatukatai.
Kitu kibaya kinarushia mtu mmoja. Just wait. I asked the question. Do you have evidence that the president was drunk? You should have respect to your leader. Hata kama mutaki lazima heshima ikue. I might not sing about Raila, no Uhuru, but I cannot say he was drunk. Na siwezi kukosoa Raila nikisema ati vile watu wanasema sijui Raila ni muganga, sijui ni nini. No, respect matters a lot. Respect matters a lot. So can we respect our leaders? Please.
Thank you. Thank you. We are well guided, and please let everybody abide with us, with that. And even if you want to disrespect somebody, do it in your own name, on your own handle, so that if there are any implication, Wewe would atafutwa. Kwa sababu this is a public platform, and there are rules that govern this channel. This channel can be put down because of using vulgar language. So watch out. So it's not that we want to force you to believe in the president or support another person. It's just there is courtesy. It hurts no one. So Purity, I was asking you to help me understand from where you stand. Okay, in the sense that the government is run by the president, assisted by his deputy, okay? And the decisions of what takes place in the government are made in the cabinet, okay? And those that needs to be ratified by the parliament, they must pass through cabinet, then be taken to parliament, then the parliament will give their verdict, all right? So I want you to tell me when last did Raila attend cabinet meeting, and when last did Raila present a motion in parliament about government projects and things like those. Unmute.
Hakuna mali penye nimesema Raila ameingia kwa serikali. Kuna mali nimeongea about Raila kuingia kwa serikali. Nimesema Uhuru ndio ako na ile mamlaka ya kuleta hizo vitu zenye watu wanasema, si mabarabara warushie Ruto, kwa sababu mimi naweza kuwa mdogo wako na nikuambie kitu katae kunisikia. Sitakulazimisha ufanye venye mimi nataka. Unaona?
Then sasa, mimi swali langu kwako ni moja tu, okay? Wakati serikali inafanya vizuri, okay? Ruto anaenda kwa public anasema tumefanya hiki, okay? Na wakati serikali inakosea, yeye anajitoa anasema ni hawa. So hapo ndio confusion ipo. Yeye ako kwa serikali ama nje ya serikali? Yeye ni ya serikali ama ni mmoja wa serikali?
Vitu zenye anasema walifanya 2013 mpaka 2017. But hii miaka mimi hakuna kitu chenye nitaweza sema wamefanya kwa hii miaka 4 hii yenye imekuwa. Mambo yote ilisimama, tukaingia kwa mambo na BBI. Hakuna kitu imefanyika, hakuna kazi imefanyika kwa hii miaka 4 ya nyuma. Hiyo hata nitakukubalia sababu sisi hatungekuwa.
According to you, hakuna kazi imefanyika between 2017 up to date isipokuwa BBI.
Mpaka sasa hivi isipokuwa BBI hiyo tu peke yake ndio imefanyika.
Okay, let me ask you. The Lamu port.
Na kumalizia tu vitu wamesimama. Yaani kumalizia
don't go fast. Ngoja, I want us to be factual here. Okay? Purity. The president launched the Lamu port in Lamu. Are you aware of that? He went to Kisumu.
Hizo ni vitu zenye zilikuwa zimeanza ni kumalizia
port. Ngoja kwanza. So were those not projects?
But si zenye zimeanza hii mwaka, ni zenye zilikuwa kwa ile tamu nyingine.
Have you been in Nairobi? Umesema wewe ni mfanyabiashara.
Nairobi
Express Highway. When did that take place?
Kuanzia wapi? Kuanzia Nairobi Highway. Ama gani ndio?
Now you can fly over the city.
The floating bridge in Mombasa.
Gombululu. Zilikuwa kwa ndio ya mwaka ya ile tamu nyingine. Hii tamu imekuwa ni BBI. Mkate kukubali, hii tamu imekuwa BBI peke yake.
That is what you've been deceived to believe, and you're entitled to it, but we will not support you on it because it's not factual.
And can I
Bernard,
also say something in regards
Bernard, would you
to
allow me to ask her a question?
the story of the roads?
Angela, please.
The reason why I brought up purity, the reason nimeleta history ya roads ni kwa sababu tulikuwa tunaongea juu ya nini, juu ya Ruto kuwa ati anapeana pesa Central, lakini ile barabara yake kwake charity yake haijafika nyumbani. That was the purpose of that. When I was not talking about that all roads in Kenya should be fixed, that was not what I was talking about. What I was talking about is Ruto has been giving money in Central. The road leading to Sugoi, or a road in Sugoi, I don't even know which one. Hiyo story imeletwa na mtu kwa hii forum. Kuna barabara iko Sugoi ambayo haijafixiwa. Sasa mimi nauliza, should you be giving money in Central, or should you be fixing your road in Sugoi? Not as DP, not as MP, not as a government official, but just as a human being who has millions to give to other people. Why don't you fix your roads first, then you give millions to other people, the remainder? That was my point.
Aya, shida jibu ni hivi, yeye pesa ni zake, si za serikali anapeana. Ni yeye ako na venye anataka na pesa zake. Wewe huwezi nilazimisha sababu pesa ni zangu nifanye venye wewe unataka. Mtu anafanya kulingana na venye mwenyewe anaona, na maybe anafanya hivyo kuvuruta kura, sababu hata mkono mtupu wa ulambwi mahali popote. Lazima uvutie watu, utawafanyia nini, umewafanyia nini? Unasikia?
Bas, sasa umeongea vizuri sana hapo.
Hiyo ni njia kuvuruta watu. Hata uwezi enda tu hapo useme nitawafanyia na uoneshi kwa matendo. Lazima ufanye ndio watu waingishe hiyo kitu kwa akili, waseme na ni kweli tukimpea anaweza tufanyia, kwa sababu ashatufanyia kama bado hajapata.
Haya, kwa hivyo mkono mtupu Rift Valley, kwa sababu those votes are guaranteed. Alafu Central enda danganya watu.
Wacha nikwambie kitu, hata una haki pia, unaweza enda ukafanya hiyo kazi, utakuja uambie si unaona niliwafanya. Shida iko wapi? Kila mtu mwenye anatafuta kiti anatakana kufanya kitu kwa watu, si kukuja kutupea tu hapa hadithi, si kukuja tu kutuambia nikienda nitafanya na usipofanya fanya. Hata kama siku yenye utatoka tutasema akupata upresident but alitufanyia hii.
Lakini usikuje kudanganya watu na karakta yako, si karakta ambayo inaheshimika, kwa sababu kama huendi kufix barabara kwenyu, huwezi kuja tena kudanganya watu area zingine. That shows bad character. Bad character.
Okay, girls, it's okay. Thank you.
Let me say this. Wacha niongezee hii tu Bernard. Hii ni point moja. Huyu msichana amesema ndoka Chwele. Chwele inajulikana juu ni market. Chwele is a market na iko mbali sana. Na unajua hiyo inatoa bidhaa, inauza nyanya, vitunguu, inatoa bidhaa Uganda mostly. Na huko mabarabara ya kuenda huko ni zile zenye ziliundwa na Moi kitambo sana kabisa. Na hata njia ziko na shimo. Na mahali penye mimi naongelea ni mahali penye DP hata akitaka kuenda kwake lazima apitie hapo ndo aingie kwake. Yaani ni barabara ile yenye lazima tu aunde kwa sababu yani ya ile heshima. Sasa kama barabara hapo imemshinda kuunda from 2013 mpaka 2017 akiwa kwa ofisi, hiyo barabara ilikuwa gazetted. Ni yetu ange advise hiyo barabara iundwe na apeleka maneno haraka kidogo, kwa sababu ni kwake hiyo heshima iko. Sasa kama hiyo barabara imemshinda, kitu yenye mimi nauliza, Kenya ataiendeleza aje? Na hii barabara ya huko nyumbani hata hawezi unda. Kitu ya pili yenye msichana ana insist, anasema ati sijui ati hakuna projects yenye imekuwa sijui nini. Unajua hii term ya pili ndo Uhuru sasa ameonekana anafanya kazi. Hata ukiangalia venye vitu imeonekana kabisa, unaona kabisa huko Kenya. Term ya kwanza hakuna kitu yenye liendelea. Sasa wacha kudanganya watu. Na wewe kama ni mtu wa Chwele, kusema ukweli, amshua umeona maneno yenye ilikuwa inatokea huko Mount Elgon. Hata wakati wa kura, wakati DP alikuwa anakuja huko akiambia watu wa mlima achaneni na hao watu wa kumbe. Sasa wewe ulikuwa Chwele gani hiyo wakati? Kwa sababu hata watu wa Chwele wanajua hii maneno na wanajua ile kitu ile yenye imekuwa. Hakuna venye mtu atakuja na ngozi ya kondoo ati amebadilika sasa, amekuwa mzuri, akuje kwa kanisa na Biblia nini, Bwana asifiwe, sijui hapa mnataka ngapi. Hatuwezi sahau ile ya kitambo. Hiyo ndio kitu yenye mimi najaribu kusema.
Nikwambie kitu, acha nikwambie kitu.
Ngoja Purity, we are reacting to what you've told us. Give us time to ask you questions.
You've told us. Order everybody. Order. Now sikilizeni kwanza. Ngoja Dennis subiri. Dennis, we give priority to ladies. Let's hear from Sarah, then we will respond. Gentlemen, give chance to ladies. Hivyo ndio tulielewa.
Na nimengoja sana bana.
Sarah tafadhali endelea.
Bernard.
Yes.
I think about these things of roads.
Yes.
I think it depends with the power of people ground. I can give you 2 examples. One, from my area, Baringo County, we had a road from Moi, Barwesa, where Moi was president for 24 years. Hiyo barabara ilikuwa ni magari ngapi? 2 peke yake. Usipoamka saa 8 ndio ufike Kabarnet town na ukose hiyo gari, you will stay up to the following day. Of which we had to do some riots. Tulienda protest. Within 3 days, the area MP came. And then we had to give out sanctions to the area MP. The area MP alipeana orders. Akaenda akapata deputy president. Deputy president came to that area. That is Oinapmoi. He talked with the residents of that place, and within 2 months, all the contractors were on the site. And that road ilifanywa mpaka saizi from Wainamoi to Barwesa, you only go for 45 minutes. And I know Mutembei knows very well because he's a friend to this guy called Malema. Malema is coming from that place, he can attest to you. Secondly, the road from Kitale going to those sides of Cherangani, mpaka mali inaitwa Swam. The area MP is Pukose. Pukose stood. Iyo barabara mimi ninafanya kazi those routes. I'm working within Bungoma County and Trans Nzoia. We're going to that road right now. You go within no minutes, you reach your destination, where you want to go, with even a very small car, yenye inapita mzuri. So the fact remains that lazima tuseme ukweli, hii barabara ni nani? With this constituency, I am in Eldoret right now, and the constituency where I am, I'm in a place called Mwanzo, and my constituency is Tarbo constituency, of which the area MP is Janet. We cannot blame, even in Kiambu. That is the constituency of the sitting president right now. And the area MP is Moses Kuria. The president cannot he cannot articulate issues of that while the MP is there. So please, kuna vitu zingine lazima tuelewe. Tusiwahi kupigilia watu. Even Raila was the MP of Kibera, that constituency, for how many years? Lakini bado watu wanaenda na flying toilets. We cannot blame him. Kuna vitu zingine lazima tuambiane ukweli. Lakini tusipige kifua tukipigiana kifua ati huku kinaenda hivi, hii kinaenda hivi. The person we should blame in Tarbo constituency is Janet, the MP, because he has the powers of carer. He can allocate, he can give out the orders. Those people will do that road. That road is not even for Kenya. The Kenya is the highway one. That one from Kapseret. That is not for Kenya. It is for Kera.
Hiyo ni highway.
Thank you for that. The highway one. Hiyo ni Kenya. This one is for Kera. It is under the area MP, that is Janet. So can you consolidate with Janet? Not DP hiyo ni area yake. Na is a public figure for the country, not a constituency.
Hey, the road is in 4 counties. How can it be for Kera?
Ben, please.
Okay. You people want to turn this thing into terrible constituency discussion.
No.
Now that we have highlighted that, I think it has served the purpose.
Let us take it nationally.
Ngoja kwanza. Let's move to let's interrogate something else. Because itabidi sasa tuende kutafuta Janet ajitete. We are mentioning her, she's not here to defend herself.
Bernard,
Yes.
Kwanza
There is
Brian
there is something we are forgetting.
Yes, Daniel.
There is a point our sister Angela had raised to Sarah and Purity, and they have not answered that question. Angela was simply asking, the deputy president comes from Rift Valley, specifically Sugoi. He keeps on going to Central, Western, Kisii to fundraise for churches, kusaidia to fundraise for chama ya wamama, to raise money for boda boda. So the question Angela is asking and Purity is not answering that question, and Sarah, is this: are there not churches in Rift Valley that William Ruto should channel those funds to? Secondly, are there only jobless youth in Central Kenya and there are no jobless youths in Rift Valley? Because Angela is simply saying charity begins from home. There is no single day. There is no. I've not finished.
Because you've mentioned my name. Let me get into it. You've mentioned my name.
Sarah, wait. No. Hold on. Let him finish, then you respond. Thank you.
So what we are asking is this: since 2017 to 2021, William Ruto has been meeting clergies and grassroots mobilizers. What we're asking is this: are there no mobilizers in Rift Valley? He has been going to churches like this Sunday. He was in Kirinyaga. Next week he's coming to Kisii in Kitutu Masaba. So what we're asking, Sarah, this man, we have all the reasons to say he is not honest in his campaign. Kama ni Wilbaro, if he's giving wheelbarrow in Murang'a, let him give the same wheelbarrow in Washingishu. I think I'm done, Bernard.
Let me reply before this other guy.
There is no reply there. These are just facts.
Can you shut up? I contribute mine. That is yours, not mine. And you cannot control me. I have my own say.
Sarah, go on. Sarah, respond, then Purity. Thank you.
So, Bernard, let me say this. And I've been saying this while ago when I'm in this channel of Mutembei. My home county is Baringo. The president has been there for 24 good years. And I think you can attest to me, the roads of Baringo County, you cannot even say that is a place where a former president came for 24 years. Masikia, wacha tuambiana hapa ukweli. Tusifichane. Ukienda, I went the other day, I was in Nyeri County. If you check the roads of that Nyeri County, very pathetic. Watu wanapita kwa mashamba katikati. Na former president has been there. The same issue to Kiambu. Mbona muoni ya wengine, munaona ya mwingine, wanasemanga toa boliti lako kwanza ndio uende ya mwenzako. Wewe unaona ya mwingine na yako ndio imemea mpaka
ndio maana tunataka kuchagua viongozi wale watasaidia. Tunataka wale watu wenye watasaidia. Hatutaki kurudi hiyo maisha.
Wenye wanasaidiwa nini wenye wanaweza onesha watu ndio hii tumefanya. Sasa uache kuingilia mtu mmoja. Kila mtu mwenye hapo hapo. Kwa nini mwaka wa kwanza kuna watu wamekaa hapo more than 40 years.
Kisumu ni kama London bwana. Umekuwa Kisumu recently kweli? Kisumu is like
in Luya land, we have been having akina Musalia Mudavade. This speaker Marenda is there. Akina the nini who is now in parliament, kina nani anaitwa nani huyu mwenye yako nini ya parliament. Akina huyu the chap hii nini anaitwa nani huyu mwachoina anaitwa nani? I'm forgetting the names. Ken Lusaka is there. Wetangula is there. We have so many leaders in Western. Mbona wajawahi amuka na kusema tunataka kutengeneza nchi yetu? Mbona mnaona mtu mmoja peke yake? Na wacha nikwambie. No, let me tell you. In this Turbo constituency, we have some counties which are bordering us. The other roads you have been talking about is we are bordering with the other ones. Why can't you look for the MPs from the other side? Why are you looking at Munasema kwa sababu ni Sugoi? Sugoi is not a constituency. That is a village. We are under Turbo constituency.
You have not answered my question.
Which question?
Are there no jobless people in Baringo who are supposed to be given wheelbarrow? They are only found.
They were given the other day. Hata hiyo mnasema ati mbona anapeleka pesa. Juzi Uhuru akileta pesa ya AIC Kabartonjo. Hiyo ilikuwa ni matawi. Alafu yenye Ruto anabeba ni pesa, yenye Ruto Uhuru anabeba ni pesa, alafu ya Ruto ni matawi. Uhuru was there the other day.
Let's argue with facts. Tusikasirike hapa.
Order, ladies. Order, everyone. Okay, thank you. Ngoja kwanza tafadhali. Haya basi. Purity.
Yes.
Gentlemen, hold your horses.
Tupe time tuongee. Wametunyanyasa sana mpaka kwa uongozi. Mtupe time tuongee.
Ni uongo.
Sasa Purity. Hebu sema yako kwa dakika moja tafadhali, tusonge mbele.
Okay, wacha niseme hivi. Mwingine hapa ametoka kuniambia ati Chwele ni Uganda. Sijui ni Uganda ya wapi. Kitu cha kwanza, wacha nikwambie kitu. Saizi ukitoka Chwele ukienda Malaba, njia ni nzuri kabisa. Then from Chwele to Kitale mpaka saizi mahali kulikuwa roundabout ya kwenda Eldoret, sasa imewekwa highway. Sijui uko unaniambia nini? Hata huko barabara zimejengwa. Sasa sijui unataka tufanye nini? Na tena mko na viongozi wengi kwa Mlembe Nation. Na sijaona mtu amekuja kulalamika. Ninyi mnakuja tu hapa kulalamika. Mngekuwa mnataja watu wenyu pia, mnasema kwa nini wajawajibika kwa vitu kama hii na hii na hii. Si kutaja tu kila mtu mnarushia mtu mmoja. Si vizuri, inatakana tukue fair. Si kila makosa ya Kenya nzima mnarushia mtu mmoja. Then mtu kuniambia ati sababu ati mahali fulani hakuna watu wenye wanafanya nini, wana shida, yani Central tu peke yake ndio wako na shida ya kupelekewa vitu. Hao ni wabunge wa huko ndio wanahitaji msaada, wanaomba deputy president kuja changia watu wetu. Si deputy president mwenyewe anajitoa hapa anajipeleka. Ni watu wanaongea na watu wao, wanawaambia tunataka akuja tupe support. Na Kenya yote inajulikana mtu mwenye unaweza kuwa na shida ukamuita akakusupport ni Ruto peke yake. Wale wengine watakuja wakupea tu panganga na historia za 19 kama hatujazaliwa. Hatutakula historia. Tunataka pesa kwa mikono. Tunataka kuinuliwa biashara zetu.
Shida ni hii Purity. Mtu hawezi kuwa anaiba pesa alafu anatuletea kanisani ati sasa anatupatia msaada.
Anaiba pesa, mnaiba na yeye. Kuwa na fact. Kwa nini mjampeleka mahakamani mkasema ndio hizi pesa anaiba?
Ashapelekwa.
Ruto anaiba. Pesa mpya ameiba tena. Mbadilishe tena, aache kuiba, muache kutubeba ufala. Hakuna mwizi hapa. Wezi wote wako jera. Mbona sijawahi tu wakipeleka yeye mahakamani wakasema ndio hizi pesa ameiba?
Alipelekwa juu ya kuiba land ya jamaa fulani.
Lakini si pesa.
Na hata kwenye atapelekwa haijaisha bado. Kuna kesi inangojea.
Nani mjini kati ya viongozi wote na wote ni wezi? Kuna wenye wameiba Rangata mashamba, kuna wenye wameiba Morassas plant, kuna wenye wameiba Golden Bag, kuna wenye wameiba nini wananiambia nini?
Hakuna ambaye mmesumbuka miaka nyingi. Kwa muhula huu lazima tujenge ili Maralal iunganishwe na Kenya hiyo ingine.
Mtu ataleta maendeleo. Kama upendi mtu uongee tu vitu tofauti, lakini tutekeleze.
Jambo la pili ya muhimu kwetu hapa Maralal.
Watu hata mkienda kwa timu kosa kujipanguza ni Ruto.
Kutengeneza zile barabara za mji hapa iwache kuwa na vumbi nyingi. Nakumbuka siku hiyo wakati nilikuja hapa tulitembea kutoka hapa kanisani mpaka kiwanja. Na kulikuwa na kivumbi sio kidogo. Na jambo la tatu vile vile tumesema ya kwamba mambo ya maji kwa mji huu, na ndio sababu hiyo tumeweka pesa karibu bilioni 1 ya Yamo Dam hapa juu ndio iweze kuleta maji katika mji huu, mji wa Maralal na
Purity ameenda wapi?
Niko kwani
Ndio huyo
naweza
amenyamaza.
silali.
Nataka nikuulize.
Niulize.
Ulisoma
Unajua
BBI?
sehemu inaitwa Kamarin?
Nini Kimarwel inaitwa Aaron Kimarwel.
Kamarin Stadium iko nadhani Madam Sara anajua. Kamarin Stadium iko Elgeyo Marakwet. Not Baringo. Elgeyo Marakwet, this town naitwaje? Hii ya wakimbiaji.
Iko West Pokot.
Not West Pokot, Kamarin.
Nandi County.
Sarah, you are mute.
Yes, iko hivi sikiza vizuri Purity.
Hebu ninasikiza.
Hizo stadium tuliambiwa ziko hapa ziko pale. Umeiona hata moja kama sio hiyo ya Oparanya? It is the best actually countrywide. Umeona zile Ruto alipromise kama sijui stadium 20 ama 10.
Nikujibu unaendelea kuuliza?
Naendelea kuuliza, nataka niulize Sara. Unajua constituency inaitwa Saboti? Jimmy.
Iko Mwanza. Iko huko Kitale.
It is who are the inhabitants of that place?
Saboti ni mixed Waluya na Wanani na Wasaboti.
Saboti ni mixed, Saboti majorly.
Saboti ni mixed ya Waluya.
Ni mixed ya Waluya na Wasaboti.
Saboti are our own people. Sikiza vizuri Sara. It is the only constituency yenye haina lami. Hiyo sasa, that is a fact. Sitaki tuanze kusema mandazi ilikuwa.
Sumuuliza Eugene Wamalwa.
Eugene Wamalwa is not a minister in charge of roads.
Anatoka huko na
plus constituency. Mbunge anaitwa Caleb Amisi.
Kwanza ni waudie.
Sikia mimi ndo nakwambia.
Mngekuwa amepeleka huko barabara haraka sana.
Unajua una argue kulingana na venye unaangalia vitu. Una argue na tumbo.
Ni ukweli. Kama ni Wasaboti ni mbunge wa ODM. Anaitwa Hamisi, namjua sana.
Lakini sasa unajua kuna ile barabara yenye serikali inafaa kuweka lami. Kwa sababu Saboti kuna lami yenye natoka Kitale town inaenda hadi Mount Elgon juu. Na hiyo iko kwa nini ya serikali. Uwezi expect Uhuru Kenyatta awache kutua huko ati sasa akuja angalia Saboti, na hapa ni karibu sana maeneo ya deputy president kuliko azunguke Mount Kenya. Si ndio vitu yenye ilifaa angalie hiyo 2013 mpaka 2017. Hata wangekuwa wameweka lami. Ama ulikuwa unataka Uhuru aache huko sasa akuja angalie huko. Hiyo vitu hai make sense.
Uhuru ni ya kila mtu. Si lazima azunguke boma zote aone kama watoto wake wamekaa mzuri. Wane?
Ndio na deputy ni nini? Hapo na time pia kuzunguka Kenya yote.
Okay, now let us go back to the topic, okay? Yes. Uhuru anataka makamu wa rais kama ana furaha afanye nini?
Resign. Afanye the honorable thing, resign.
Wachagua wote, ungekuwa wameshikana mkono watoke wote.
Ngoja kwanza. Wake wangapi tunaoa alafu wanakataa alafu wanaachwa? Hakuna kuzikwa pamoja kwa sababu tumeoana.
Bernard.
Lazima mjue siku hizi sheria inasema nini, tunagawana katikati mali.
Nikwambie Bernard. Tusidanganyane Bernard.
Yes.
Let me talk my own from my heart.
Please talk.
You cannot go to my home. Let me give an example of marriage. Uwezi kwenda kwetu ukapeana mahari ukakuja kunifanyia harusi, alafu wakati unaona mpango ya kando mwingine unakuja kuniambia wewe toka kwa hii ndoa. Umesikia? Hapo siwezi ngatuka tutatembezana na wewe hapa mpaka mkondo ya mwisho. Umesikia? Angela, wewe nyamaza, your time will come. Umesikia?
No, excuse me, Sarah. Sarah, my dear, we cannot. No. Yes. We cannot compare. We cannot compare. The relationship between the deputy president and the vice president with a marriage. Marriage is sacred.
Kwani ni nini?
It's a marriage. Come on.
Bibi ulete bibi kwa nyumba, haikuwa amekombea na marriage. Angela, acha kuwa
Angela, you've been misleading us with the story of Mutaingunyi. Mutaingunyi, that guy is a real tribalistic. Hakuna haja tudanganyana hapa. So you can tell us about that 20 to what Mutaingunyi. We better
Hata
die
Ruto
in
ni
Mutembei.
tribalistic.
Yes. Fadhali tukae hapa na Mutembei. Huwezi kuniambia channel ya Mutaingunyi niende nisikize nifanye nini? Na mtu mwenye
Ruto
anasema
Okay,
I was
Sarah,
not
thank you,
telling
thank you.
anybody
You
to
people,
go to
ngoja kwanza.
Mutahingunyi's.
Order,
Excuse
everybody.
me. I was not
Order.
promoting. Excuse
You are
me, my dear
promoting.
Sarah. I was.
Ladies,
You are promoting.
Hey,
I'm going
excuse
to
me.
drop you off the channel if you don't listen. All right? This is not a marketplace. And remember, we are people who are following. They need to follow. Then, please, let's not mention people who cannot come to defend themselves on this show.
Is it good for the new person to talk?
Yeah.
Even the old, but when they are given permission to. Thank you. So let everybody mute. We are getting back into the flow. Okay. Then we
Bernard, give to
discuss.
the new members. Give to the new members.
Yeah, yes. But I want us to have order so that we move systematically. The people following will find it difficult if we break everything in small pieces and then there is too much exchange. So
Like
if you
for
want to
instance,
interpret,
I'm wondering where Mutahingunyi came in. Like surely this is just
hold on,
ridiculous.
Angela, you ladies, we're giving you priority, but you are now overpowering us. Relax,
Diverting
okay?
our attention.
Relax. Now let's get back into the order and stick within the framework. You can use an example. You are free to. We don't want to gag you, but please let's remain within the debate. And then for the DP to resign or not to resign, it's a matter of principle. It's not a matter of demand. It's a matter of principle. When Raila's political ambition could not be actualized in Ford Kenya, he bailed out. I went to seek re-election on NDP in Kibra as a matter of principle. When Jaramogi could not flow with Jomo Kenyatta in the 60s, what Jomo Kenyatta was introducing was not part of what they agreed. So he did not believe in the ideology. He resigned. So resignation is not a matter of I'm here permanently. It's a matter of what kind of respect you have on yourself and the values you believe in. If they are being violated, you don't want to identify with that particular operation, you move away. Not because they have asked you to, not because they have pushed you away, but because you respect yourself as a person and you want to be known that you stand for some principles that you cannot allow to be compromised. That is the whole premise of somebody resigning. And I'm speaking out of experience. If I'm serving with you and what you believe, you begin to change from what we agreed, I give you space to continue with what you're doing. So it's not a matter of life and death. Now, can we hear from Franco? Franco, Franco, are you in?
All right, I'll come in later.
Please bring your faces. Bring your faces. The screen should not be black like that.
Okay, I'll come later. Someone else.
You will come later. Okay. The new person, Joshua. Is it Joshua?
Yes, you're right.
Okay, Joshua, say something as we wait for Osman.
Wow, thank you so much. Mine is a few things. Number one, for real, I'll ask people to stop being emotional, defending people as if, it's life and death. It's very bad because this is the only thing that we transfer to other people, emotions. I don't like when people go emotional, trying to buy people emotionally into electing them as presidents or whatever it is. So for me, first, the only thing I can say, Raila has been a peacemaker for a long time. Raila loves, when people talk together. Uhuru also is a person who is unifying, and he has proved this always. He needs to leave Kenya united. That is his number one goal. And I feel
as a country, we need to unite for the common purpose. Doing things together, development together is not about, some local roads I've had being mentioned here and there. I don't even know those places, and I've traveled in Kenya personally. So local politics, let them, be worked, locally, but national issues should be dealt nationally. So, and I know very well the reason as to why the the deputy president, William Ruto, will never, walk away from Jubilee for now, is he has to earn all this time from now until the end. And he knows the constitution, ties him there. And this guy is a very, very good person. He's very intelligent, but he capitalizes on the most ignorant part of, the universe here in Kenya. And that is so bad. When you divide people against the class, it is very bad. It is very, very bad. The only thing I can ask is, let him join the president the remaining 1 year. Let them work together. Then he can take credit that, we had some differences along the way, but we came together. I'm a peacemaker. Now we have finished well together. Do you feel our government performed? Then now he can ask for, re-endorsement, because he needs to be re-endorsed. He's not going to be endorsed by the government or anybody. He has to go seek for the votes. The issue of campaigning for 5 good years is a joke. It's a serious joke. He cannot tell us he has done anything. There is a lot of ongoing projects. I had somebody discrediting that the last 5 years, nothing is happening. I've traveled almost everywhere in Kenya. If you go along Nanyuk Road, it's under construction. If you go Mombasa Road, it's under construction. That tells you there is projects which are ongoing. Another thing is, there is something Mutai Ngunyi said, whether you like it or not, don't run away from these people. They have some philosophies that work. He spoke about the terrain of numbers, and it worked. So he's not anything tribalistic. The only thing I fear is that when 2 big tribes come together, they gang together for years to ensure that no another tribes gets it into politics. That is very bad. That's why the constitution said that the BBI came in to say, why can't we have an involvement of like 5 other tribes outside? It doesn't matter N, but tribes from outside, that they front their candidates. If you like it, you agree with them. If you don't like them, you put other people in. But so long as there is a national representation. Otherwise, the only thing I can urge each and every one of us, let us stop being emotional. Let us not assassinate some. I can hear the character assassination of some MPs here and there. Please let us refrain on that. But I'm so grateful that sometimes you get emotional, but you control yourself and you agree. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we now hear from Osman? Except somebody has a question? Osman, unmute and go ahead. Unmute your mic, please. We can't hear you.
Habari zenu nyote wa Kenya?
Nzuri sana, karibu.
Mzuri.
Waga sisi si watu wa politics, lakini waga tuwapenda kufuatilia hii debate mko nayo kila siku, hata kama hatuko within the country. Mimi ningependelea, nimefurahi sana kuona from the beginning kuona hii debate, nimeipenda sana, nimefurahia, lakini as long as ina hii debate kila siku inakuwa, mimi naona kuna differences still. Na mimi naweza changia nikasema, kulingamana na huyu aitwa nani huyu alivyosema huyu ngoja kwanza niangalie jina vizuri. Joshua alitamka kitu ya kwamba deputy president he has no right kuwa awachane na Ruto mwaka mzima kupigia kampeni. Hiyo nakubaliana naye kwa sababu wote they are elected by the mwananchi wa kawaida Kenya kufanya kazi yao. Wangefanya pamoja hiyo kazi mpaka wamalize, hata kama kuna migogoro kati yao, wangeshikana, wangemaliza ile miaka waliochaguliwa, ndio Ruto akitaka kupiga kampeni apige kampeni. sio? Umenifahamu? Hiyo kidogo nimeisupport. Kwa sababu gani? Wakenya wengi mwapigia kelele kwa sababu mwasema kuna ajira, Wakenya wako jobless, na ni kweli, na kila siku wao wako bungeni kupingana hapa na pale, na isitoshe una video clips zingine naziona, hata ni vitu ambavyo kwamba havifai mtu ambao kwamba amechaguliwa na mwananchi wa kawaida kuzungumza kwenye media kila siku, kushindana kwa maneno, na all they getting public money, na pesa hizo mwananchi wa kawaida ndio nalipa. Tuseme juzi walikuwa kuna hawa mbunge wa Jubilee kina Junet, kina somebody, I don't know them, I don't know all of them, but I know Junet has been famous, ODM, something like this. They are talking about what is happening between Ruto and this guy that deported and is still. They all of them always in the media, front on the media. And when Wakenya wengi wanalalamikia hakuna ajira, Wakenya wengi wanalalamikia hakuna maendeleo, Wakenya wengi wanalalamikia hakuna health environments. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sasa mko na wakati mgumu sana, ambacho kwamba hii COVID imeenea kila mahali, it's blocked all over the world. Instead wasimame kushikana mikono kufight against COVID, wao wanapigania wao kwa wao. Hiyo ni kitu ambacho kwamba yasikitisha. Mwananchi wa kawaida anaumia, na wao wanaweza enda popote watakapo kujitibu. Mfahamu? Na kila kukichao, kila asubuhi kikipambauka, every morning they have an issue to against one another, na wakati ila hali wao wanao uwezo wa kufanya jambo wanalolitaka kufanya kusaidia mwananchi wa kawaida kulingamana na walivyochaguliwa. Huyu aitwa nani huyu? Angela alipoint kitu kusema pesa fulani, pesa hivi, pesa na ile pesa Ruto analeta, kwani ni asemaje, ni majani sema hivyo ama pesa hizo zingesaidia wananchi wa kawaida kufanya nini? Kufanya jambo. Lakini utakuta kila siku, kila kukichao, wakubwa wao ndo wanaopigania. Na la mwisho, na la nililipenda sana mimi, hii debate huaga hakuna kukasirika, ni kupeana fact. Lakini fact yenyewe vile mnavyochukulia ile fact yenu, hakuna, some of them they are not right. Ni kweli watu wazungumze, watu waelewane, kuelimishana ni muhimu, watu waelimishane ni kweli. Kwa sababu gani? They have same agenda. They have same agenda. Nikuulize kwa sababu gani? Ikiwa kuna vita katikati yao, kwa nini wao watawanyikane? Sasa mimi nikuulize, kila mwaka since mbona kila mmoja anaunda chama chake? Kila mmoja utakuta ana chama chake. Saa hii sijui imeitwa Okoa, kesho utasikia UDA, kesho utasikia Jubilee, kesho utasikia ODM, KANU iko hapa. Hii chama zote zitakwenda wapi jameni? Na ila hali wakati mwananchi wa kawaida anaumia kwa hivi sasa, nakwambia the all over the world is suffer. Kwani nataka kunaambia hii sasa hivi wanasema Kisumu kiko nini? Kisumu iko very critical hii during the COVID, ama iko critically?
Iko critical.
Iko COVID ama iko COVID? Unaona watu wakizungumzia kuhusu COVID, wanapiga kampeni. Ingekuwa those countries they've been followed, waitie curfew ama waitie yani lockdown, ili wapate kusaidia mwananchi wa kawaida kuangamiza hii janga la corona. Mimi nakwambia hapa nilipo, niko Barcelona. Sisi tulikuwa 2 years tunasafa, 3 good months tulikuwa ndani ya nyumba, 3 good months hii wave ikianza, 3 good months imekuwa lockdown, hakuna hata kuku atoke nje. Lakini wakati chanjo ilifika, kila mtu alichanjwa. Ni obligatory uende ukachanjwa. Ama wataka kutravel, lazima ulete certificate ya kuchanjwa, huwezi kusafiri ndege yoyote. Lakini Kenya COVID iko critically, hospitali kuna madawa, hakuna chanjo ya mtu wa kawaida, lakini utakuta kampeni zitapigwa, pesa zitatumika, lakini chanjo hazitopatikana. Kweli uchaguzi, kweli umechagua viongozi, na they are all in a same role. Useme huyu ni mzuri, yule ni mbaya, hakuna mzuri, wote hakuna mzuri hata mmoja. Nataka muniambie kitu kimoja, kama kweli wao ni wazuri na sasa mko na hata hali ngumu, kwa nini wasikae chini wakafikiria jambo la maana kupigana na COVID. Kwa nini iwe ni siasa? Na siasa yenyewe bado, na watakayoamua hiyo siasa ni nani? Ni nyinyi, ama sio? Watakayepiga kura ni nani? Si ni nyinyi? Si mtapiga kura ni nyinyi wao, ama si nyinyi?
Ni sisi.
Kwa nini wapige kampeni sasa, na wakati nyinyi wakati nyinyi mko na hali ngumu? Kwa nini wao wapige kampeni sasa na wakati nyinyi mna hali ngumu?
Sasa Osman, I love your line of questioning. Hali ngumu hapa Kenya ipo. COVID ilikuja. Wakati COVID ilikuja tukafunga nchi nzima.
Okay, how many days?
Mpaka makanisa.
And how many days?
We went almost 6 months.
We are going almost 6 months.
Hold on, Osman.
Okay.
We went almost for 6 months, and the economy began to suffer. So we began to open gradually. So in the course of opening the country gradually, we have a resurgence of COVID. But it's not that the government is doing nothing.
Okay.
There are projects that are there are whatever processes that the government is doing about the vaccine. Only that is not enough. Like today is supposed to mark the deadline of all civil servants being vaccinated.
Okay.
The front
No,
line
hold on. Civil servant being vaccinated. Civil servant. What do you mean, civil servant?
The government or the government workers.
Wafanyikazi wa serikali.
First priority is the government workers, no?
Kuna group inaitwa frontliners. Wale watu walianza na walimu na madaktari, alafu civil servants, then even ordinary wananchi are being vaccinated, but the vaccines we have available are not enough for everybody. That's
okay.
a fact. Yes.
But yeah, thank you. I'm happy to hear that. I'm glad. Lakini sasa ni kuregeshe tena hapo. Hii agenda wakati sasa inaendelea ni COVID, kila moja anavasiniwa, ni anakubali hiyo. I agree with you. Na thanks to inform me this because kuna watu wengine bado wanafanya nini? Wanapiga kelele. Kwa sababu hata tunazungumza na sisi pia. Lakini kuna swali nataka kukuuliza. Is there public, bado mko na ile restriction ya kuwa nyinyi mkae hakuna public meetings? Hiyo public meetings wangestopisha kwanza. Hiyo public meeting wangestopisha. Hujui nani anayebeba COVID. Na nyinyi hamuna vaccine ya kutosha. Si ndivyo? Hizo rally ingekuwa kama ingekuwa ni rule of the government, hizo rally wangezistopisha, na hujui nani anaibeba COVID. Ni nani anayekari hiyo ugonjwa. Hizo public rally wangestopisha, umefahamu? Wangestopisha zile
shida ni moja. Shida tulionayo ni kwamba serikali iko na shida ya kutoelewana kwa rais na makamu wake.
Okay.
Kuna ile hali ya kuonyeshana ubabe. Wakati rais anatoa order, hakuna mikutano. Deputy ataenda kufanya mkutano kusudi, mtanifanya nini? Okay.
Okay. Nani
ama ngoja kwanza. Ama kuna mipangilio ya serikali ambayo lazima iendelee. The constitution cannot be suspended. And the process, like now 2022, we must have general elections. So to regulate the nini mipangilio ya rallies na nini, hizo regulations ziliwekwa na watu wamewekewa hizo mikakati, but kukiwa na ile hali ya kupuuza na kujionyesha kwamba anaweza kufanya utanidu, so that's where the confusion lies. But as far as the government being on top of COVID regulation, they have done what they can with the limited resources they have.
Oh, thank you.
Licha ya kuwa kwamba kuna zingine ziliibwa. Tuweze acha hiyo, nisiposema hiyo nitakuwa sijasema ukweli wote. Kuna hela zingine zilipotea.
Ni kuiba kawaida.
Sawa, malizia alafu tuende kwa mtu mwingine tafadhali.
Sasa mimi nauliza swala ambalo kwamba kila siku mimi najiuliza, hata kama iko kotini imetupwa, naona read headline ya leo kwa hii mchakato wa BBI ilitupwa. Sasa mimi nauliza swali kila siku, since 1963 Kenya ilipata uhuru, constitution ilienda kubadilishwa mpaka hii sasa hii constitution tuko nayo. Mimi swali langu najiuliza, hii currently constitution tuko nayo ina kasoro gani mpaka ile BBI? Hapo nimejiuliza, na asante sana kwa kunipa chance, na natakia kila la heri, muendelee kuelimishana, lakini siku pointiana kwa fulani ndio mzuri na huyu ni mbaya. Lazima mupime, muangalie, na mumekuja na mchakato mwingine mzuri sana kuelimishana katika Kenya, mupate kuzungumza ile fact iliyoko Kenya. Na mimi naweza kuambia kitu kimoja, wote they are all a great white shark.
Hey.
Sawa bana.
Sawa Osman. Now nani anataka kujibu Osman?
Nataka kumjibu.
Who is that? Nataka unanyanyua mkono na kuona kama mko nje ya curtain. Sasa nyuma ya curtain ndio ngoma. ni Dennis. Okay, yes. Kwa dakika moja mjibu Osman.
Osman ameuliza swali, ametuuliza wote tumjibu kwamba hii katiba ya sasa ilikuwa na kasoro gani, ili kwamba tulikuwa tunaanza process ya marekebisho. Mimi I'll answer you in English.
Whatever man.
Kwa wale ambao walisoma BBI, we were talking about an inclusive government where tulipata kwamba presidential election imekuwa so emotive kwamba it's a do or die context. In a manner in which actually the process was all about solving the issue of winner takes it all, ambao kwamba a winner wins with 8 million votes, the second runners up comes with 7 million, and huyu mtu anakuwa namba 2 anakuwa nje ya serikali ama nje ya mpango wa serikali kwa miaka 5. So it makes it hard for the person who loses election to accept that he's going to be in the cold for 5 years. What BBI was addressing is the person who becomes second, he becomes the official leader of opposition, and he has that position in parliament. Like for example, the president alicontest na Raila Odinga. When Raila Odinga lost, he will have had the opportunity to keep the government in check inside parliament. You understand, Osman?
Yeah, I get you.
Secondly, we were talking about equity. You will not talk about equity when, for example, hapa ndo tulianzia mapema, the constituency like Juja, it's 4 constituency in 1. You will not compare Juja constituency in Kiambu with Garissa town. In a matter in which tunasema kwamba Garissa town inapata 130 million. Juja in terms of CDF, Juja inapata 140 million. So ile kitu tunajiuliza ni kwamba the question of equity comes in. Itakuwaje possible mtoto wa Juja? We can continue.
Keep talking. Silence is not allowed.
Yeye ndiye amesema ni ngoje aingie kwa basi.
So, wewe endelea kuongea tafadhali.
Okay, yeah, Osman, the issue of equity imekuja kwamba there are increment of constituencies you know, constituencies ziongezwe ili kwamba ile pesa inapeanwa kwa constituency A, there is value for that money na inakuwa shared equally, so that mtu ambaye ako constituency ambayo ni kubwa hata kupatiana basari inakuwa rahisi. Isikue kwamba mtu wako Garissa, mtoto anapata basari ya 20,000, mtoto wako Juja anapata basari ya 3,000. There will not be equity. You know, that is what BBI was coming to solve. You know, there was also the issue about the expanded executive, you know, to accommodate our watu wote ambao kwamba tunadhani wanaleta shida wakati wa kila baada ya uchaguzi, you know, kwamba kutoshee mahali wote, hii nyumba ya executive itoshee kila mtu, ndio kusitokee na shida kwamba mtu asilete shida kwamba mimi nimebaki nje ya serikali, lazima nifanye maandamano, lazima nifanye hii, you know. So I think to my own understanding, that is what BBI was coming to solve. There was also issue to do with the young people. BBI was coming actually to give tax relief to young people who are in business, you know, a 7-year holiday tax relief. You know, that is an advantage. That is an advantage for the young people who are in business. Kwa wale watoto ambao wako university, you know, the young people who are in the universities, you know, walikuwa wanapunguziwa mzigo wa HELB, you know. Wale ambao hawajatumia HELB hawajui vile hiyo kitu ni mnyama, you know. BBI was coming to solve that, you know. So Bwana Osman, I think someone else also can add to my points. What I've left. Oh, there was also the issue to do with distributing resources. Resources zilikuwa devolved to the counties, lakini sasa tunataka kuzisukuma tena from the counties. BBI ilikuwa inazisukuma to the ward level, so that tukue na kitu inaitwa ward development fund, you know. So I think mwingine pia Osman, I think in my own understanding, that is what BBI was all about, was going to address.
Can I add something?
Yes, Angela.
Yes, Dennis has actually given most of the points in regards to why BBI was what BBI was all about. However, we've forgotten one very important point, which is it was all about Ruto.
Angela, umeingia dini ya nyuki.
Expound on that.
It was all about Ruto, according to the Tanga crew.
Angela, let me say, Bwana Bernard.
Yes.
William Ruto is on record. I have nothing personal against William Ruto, but the process of reforms in this country, we know how ages we have come. There is no single day, be it in 1992, be it in 1997, be it in 202, be it in 207, be it in referendum 1, the Constitution referendum 1, be it in 2010, William Ruto has never stood in any reform process in this country. We don't expect him to be part of BBI. This is a product of YK92. You know, if there is any reform program that William Ruto has involved in for the interest of this country, those who are supporting him, let them table. BBI was not about William Ruto. BBI was about this country. William Ruto was not responsible for the pesa zenye zilikuwa zinaenda kwa ward. You know, this money was not going to Ishaweri, where the president comes from, or Siaya, where Raila comes from. Every constituency or every county has representation in terms of wards. Hii pesa ilikuwa inakuja karibu sana na kijiji. Ilisukumwa ikaletwa kwa county, ilikuwa inasukumwa sasa ifike karibu na mwananchi. You know, I think if Mr. Osman is listening, that is what BBI was all about. Let not be usiambiwe kitu that BBI was about William Ruto. William Ruto in the first place alipinga this constitution in 2010. So when we are reforming what we passed, he should not even talk. You know, let us amend, let us bring reforms to the constitution that we passed that he was not part of that process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mtembei. Karibu.
Asante sana.
Naona you're observing from far. Umekuwa Jesus, the silent listener in every conversation.
Unajua nikiangalia Wakenya naona watu wamechanganyikiwa sana, because for now naona a few guys from selected region kama Marisara ametoka, they celebrated BBI imeanguka. The only county actually, wakaenda mpaka wakapigana na polisi sana hapo, wakafukuzwa. I was live with them nikicheka tu, because ukiangalia what BBI was meant to do, and sasa sahi judges wanajifanya hapa eti tunaenda kwa elections, yani unachanganyikiwa, because these are the same judges Mr. Maraga alikuwa ameadvise Uhuru avunje parliament, that parliament is not constitutional. Then hiyo ilikuwa juu ya 2 gender rule. Then unaona these IBC imekuwa ikiconduct elections by elections sijui nini, hata kwa judges wenyewe nani akichaguliwa huyu William Ouko, it was done by IBC, but unaona the same guys wanakuja wanasema IBC unconstitutional. So IBC unconstitutional, parliament unconstitutional, and then mnataka tuende kwa elections. Tunaenda kwa elections under which parliament? Parliament already tuliambiwa tuvunje. Uhuru in fact yeye ndiye amekataa kuvunja this parliament. Maraga alimwandikia barua. So my question is, now that mmekuja mkatupilia BBI just because of office of the ombudsman iko hapo, hamtaki kuanswerable to anybody, mnataka tu mkue mnachukua hongo, mnapea wale watu, mnataka mnafunga innocent people, hakuna mtu atauliza maswali. So tunaelekea 2022 ama 2023 elections. Let's say 2023 juu hapo ndio Uhuru atakuwa amemaliza 5 years. So hii elections tukifanya, what guarantees us that tutapata 2 gender rule kwa hiyo parliament? Will it again, will we be going there again to let the unconstitutional parliament? Haya, the 35% hiyo tusahau. All the constituencies zenye tulikuwa tunataka kuleta, hizo zote tusahau. Is that something to smile about, Madam Sarah?
Thank you, Mutembei. You know, with my county, I think it is the only county, the first county which voted no. And you know, it is because of what hata juzi tukifukuzwa na matia gas. It is the hand of someone. Aliambiana kwa polisi hii watu wafukuzwe wasikuje kusherekea hapo. I was there. I had to travel from Eldoret to Kabarnet. Not purposely for that, but I was having another meeting there. So mimi nilikuwa naona watu wakifukuzwa, na baadaye tunakuja kuambiwa it was the hand of our own senator kusema hiyo watu wasifanye wasiongea hapo within the town, but people walienda kazi ya panya na panya, kazi ya paka na panya. Maskari wakitoka hivi mapanya inaamuka, hiyo ni wananchi wakiongea, wakifika wamejificha. That is what it was done in Kabarnet the whole day from 8 up to around 2. So what the problem that we have, Mutembei, sisi tumechoka na one family in that county of ours. Those somebody like me, Mizigai huko ninakaa Wazingishu, but when I see my people who are suffering, that is why unaona most of these Kalenjins wamekuja kununua mashamba Eldoret, Wazingishu, because of the suffering they got in Baringo County. And then you had even the son of Mzee Moi, who is the MP of Rongai, mwenye alisema hii watuge ni wajinga sana. Sisi ni wajinga, and we gave the father nini to rule us for 24 years. It was really, yani hiyo kitu imetuuma mpaka saa hii, mpaka mtu unaangalia unasema, is this the same thing tunaenda tunapatia the same family watu lead? So wacha wakae kando, wacha tupeana hata mpaka maskini ule mwenye ajulikane. Kama hata we Mutembei unaweza simama na tukupatie hiyo kura. Wewe kwani umezaliwa kwa dynasty? Ujasaliwa huko, kuja kwa umaskini hapa tukupatie hiyo kura. So tusipembelezane Mutembei hapa tu, lazima tuseme ukweli yenye iko kwa roho. Some of us hata hatuko tumejua mambo ya nini. Hii hospitali zilikuja juzi wakati wa the new constitution hii ya nini. Hatuko na hospitali ya maana. People were coming to Eldoret ya referral. But now tunaona matokeo yenye inaendelea within that county of mine. So Mutembei, ukituona sisi juzi tukifuguswa, kuna mtu hapo hatuhitaji. Because ukifika mambo na wizi, you've been following Baringo County news. Vile tunafuguswa na Pokot from those sides of Tiati. Na kufika Pandi mtu anasema tuko kabisa, tuko. Na ndio anatumaliza 24/7. Wewe unaweza lala nje Mutembei. Kuna watu saizi wanalala nje, like people of Salabani, of Marigat. Hawalali ndani ya nyumba, wanalala nje kuchunga security. Alafu sasa unataka kuniambia niko Kenya? Mimi si yuko Kenya. Mimi niko nchi nyingine tofauti. Ufuchi sifurahi matunda ya kukua nini? Hata mbuzi after the other 3 weeks. My goats of my father zilibebwa karibu 200. Unataka kuniambia hiyo mzee nini inamfuata saa hizi? Ni hata taka. Ni nini nyingine? Because that is the economy of that place. Watu wanakuuza mbuzi. Uibiwe mbuzi 200. Can you do the calculation? 200 times 1 goat, that is 8,000 to 12,000. Hiyo ni pesa ngapi Mutembei?
Sara,
unataka kuniambia niko Kenya?
Sara, si hao watu nyinyi ndio wachagua. Is there a time Gideon Moi amesimama mkamsimama mnamchagua nyi wenyewe?
We just give, let me give you this history, a bit of this history. We just gave to Gideon because of the respect of Mzee. Mzee alilala juzi, so hiyo mkono tumeinua. And I think we are the only county we never voted suit. With me, my area MCA is a person who came with independent. The area MP, he came with the ticket of Maendeleo Chap. Last year, the governor came with the ticket of Jubilee. The women rep came with the ticket of Kanu. The senator came with the ticket of Kanu. So we never voted at the suit. Sisi tulienda na mix and match because we voted for a person, not the party. Even my area where I'm staying here in Eldoret, kidogo tu, where I'm staying in Eldoret, my area MCA is an ODM person. So we are not voting the party, we are voting an individual. Mwenye tunajua kweli huyu atatufanyia kazi.
So mli celebrate BBI juu ya Gideon Moi.
Roho safi kwa kunyeta.
Madam Sarah, I think BBI, in as far as Rift Valley is concerned, mulikuwa munapata nearly 30 constituencies. It will be so reckless.
Dennis.
Sarah, nina swali kumuuliza Dennis.
Yes, Osman.
Dennis.
Yes.
I've appreciated your answer, but I still have a question for you until the end of this conversation.
Yes.
My question is,
yes,
handshake ilikuja, si ndio?
Yes.
Raila na Uhuru kufanya kazi pamoja na deputy president wao. Hii BBI ilizinduliwa baada ya handshake, si ndio?
Ndio.
Aiming of the handshake kuundwa BBI ni nini?
Okay. Umemaliza swali.
Wacha apati ya kuwa just ile namba kwamba nataka handshake ilipokuja they can work together, no? They can work together. Kenya ielekee mbele. Lakini baada ya kuwa handshake ilikuja iliundwa BBI, si ndio? Aim yao ni nini?
Nitakuuliza swali. Ulisoma BBI?
Okay. Mimi nilisoma kiupande kwangu. Lakini kama kuelewa kwangu pia sijaona ile BBI yenyewe. Mimi nilisoma ile summary peke yake. Official BBI sijaisoma. Nimedownload kwa app ndio nikasoma.
Sasa wacha nikuambie maneno ilikuwa kwa BBI.
Okay.
Maneno ilikuwa kwa BBI is to bring equity in resource management. BBI ilikuwa kuleta tax relief to the young people of this country. BBI ilikuwa kuleta an all inclusive government.
Okay. Okay, tax relief, no?
Unasema?
Tax relief, I have fully stop. Tax relief, fully stop. Endelea.
BBI was to bring an expanded executive, an inclusive government, because since independence we've been having an hostily contested presidential election. That is where the problem has been in this country.
I agree with you that.
And by the design of 2010 constitution, it had something to do with the winner takes it all. And I think to solve that, BBI was proposing to have an expanded executive, where maybe all these players who might be bringing problems after elections, they finally find themselves in government. For example, if a president wins an election, the person who becomes second becomes the official opposition.
Hiyo swali ushanijibu tayari. Nishakuelewa vizuri.
Kwa hayo yote ambayo tumesema, ni wapi ambapo ilimfinya Ruto kiasi kwamba yeye akajitokeza kupinga hiyo BBI? Ama kwa mtazamo wako wewe, ni wapi unaona?
Mimi siko kwa Ruto, mimi siko kwa Ruto, mimi siko kwa Raila, mimi siko kwa nani. Mimi niko kwako na mwananchi wa kawaida. Sasa swali langu hivi,
kwa mtazamo wako kama Osman, yes.
Kwa mtazamo wangu BBI ilikuja na ililetwa baada ya handshake. Lakini mimi sikuona kasoro yoyote na constitution tuko nayo saa hii, kwa sababu constitution tuko nayo saa hii is better than even that BBI. Lakini jumla ya hayo yote, kihakika ya ukweli, ikiwa Kenya, viongozi wa Kenya wangefuata ile constitution ya kawaida, constitution vile inavyotakikana, Dennis, wewe hungekuwa jobless. Mwananchi wa kawaida hangeumia. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu ile constitution sasa mko nayo ni constitution ambayo inaweza defend mwananchi wa kawaida, inaweza defend resources ya mwananchi wa kawaida, inaweza defend tax relief ili unasema wewe sasa. Kwa kuwa BBI ndio ilikuja BBI ndio itatengeza tax relief, ingefuatwa constitution vile inavyotakikana, ingekudefend wewe, ingedefend mwananchi wa kawaida, ingedefend health, ingedefend kila ambaye ako Kenya, mwananchi wa kawaida, generations wangepata. Kama ingekuwa wangefuata ile vile katiba inavyotakikana, ingeza kuwa defend. Mimi sioni ubaya.
Mimi sioni vile hiyo katiba inasema. Hiyo katiba yenye inasema wewe ieleze.
Hii si constitution uko nayo sasa, mpaka ikaletwa kama governors, senators, women rep, yote siko kwenye constitution. Ama iko kwenye constitution hizo?
Iko.
Sasa hao waliongeza vyeo hiyo kwa sababu gani? Si kwa sababu wewe ufaidike na wao.
Niliongea
si kwa sababu wewe ufaidike na wao, sio?
Dennis, hold on. Osman. Naomba nikuulize.
Okay.
Constitution vile ilivyo sasa hivi, okay? Imegawa constituents tofauti. Maeneo ya bunge. Kwa mfano, umepewa mfano wa Garissa Township.
Okay.
Iko na population let's say less than 20,000 people. Okay?
Wow.
And then Juja constituents has almost 1 million people.
Okay.
800,000.
According to the constitution, the CDF money has to be distributed equally. Okay? Equally. So each constituency gets 140 million.
Right?
Okay. Yes. So you are the member of parliament of Juja. You receive 140 million. Then there is a member of parliament of Garissa Township. He receives 140 million. Who between these MPs is enjoying?
Garissa.
Yes. So BBI was seeking to say we must consider population in the distribution of resources, because it doesn't matter how many times we take 140 million in Juja, it will never be enough.
Okay, now I get you
take
clear.
care
The
of the
problem is,
people.
now I get you clear. The problem is that the constitution inasema lazima igawanye equally. BBI inakuja kupinga.
Inakuja kugawa
kurekebisha
constituency kulingana na
kuirekebisha.
population. Yes, kurekebisha.
Sasa mimi nimekupata vizuri sana.
Yes.
Umenifahamu? Lakini still bado niko na doubt.
Doubt ya kusema nini?
Doubt niko nayo sana. Kwa sababu
wewe unaona BBI ilikuwa inalenga nini? Kwa sababu kuna kitu kinachokukera kuhusu BBI. Tueleze
kabisa,
ni
kuna
kipi?
mchakato mwingi sana. Angalia bana, mimi wacha mimi nikwambie ukweli wangu. Wakati nilikuwa Kenya, I was the biggest fan of Raila Amolo Odinga. Biggest fan. Nalimvotia kila kura ikija, kila election ikija. Mimi si mtu lakini mtu wa kwanza kumvote Raila Odinga. Lakini ule mzee mimi alinipa ukweli mmoja. Kashfa yote alitoa Kenya kuhusu kulingamana na serikali ya Kenya, mimi nimepata kujua kulingamana na ule mzee. Lakini baada ya handshake ilizimwa yote. Tuseme kashfa ya Anglo Leasing, mimi ni watu wa kitambo hizo, wakati wa kitambo ilikuja kupatana na yeye.
Osman. Tulia kidogo. Huyo mzee amekuwa opposition miaka zaidi ya 40. Akipigania wa Kenya.
Okay.
Hata sisi wacha tukuulize swali. Sio yeye pekee alizaliwa kuwa katika opposition kwa hii nchi.
Sawa. Sikawatai.
Mwingine maybe ni wakati mwingine.
Usijeke bwana, ni kawaida hiyo kulimshana.
Maybe Osman ni wakati mwingine, ni wakati sasa mwingine pia apatikane aendelee mahali Raila Odinga amefika. Na sasa tunaona dalili kwamba kuna watu wanataka kufuata nyayo zake. Wewe unaona vibaya wakati amepata replacement?
No, sijawahi kuona vibaya. Lakini swali langu ni moja.
Ebu Osman, maliza swali tuende kwa mtu mwingine tafadhali. Debate imekaa hapa sana.
Bernard, nataka kuongea nitoke nilale.
Usilale manake mlifurahisha sana leo wewe.
Osman. Kamilisha tusonge mbele.
Sasa mimi bana, hayo mimi nimekuelewa vizuri sana kulingamana na BBI, kwa sababu BBI iliundwa kwa sababu ya kufanya nini? Iwe mgao kulingamana na population.
Yes. Kusawazisha mambo.
Yes. But still bado si wakati wake. Kwa sababu gani? Ule kuizindua BBI mnaspenda how many cash?
Maswala ya hela ya BBI ilikuwa na sponsor wake. Hata kuna hii ni maswala tu ya nyinyi kuweka propaganda bure.
No,
General hajatoa budget. Sikiliza. Budget ya serikali inapitishiwa wapi? Bungeni. Sawa. Minister wa finance anaenda bunge anasoma, nimeallocate hii ya education, hii ya health, hii ni ya barabara, hii ni ya county government. Hakuja kuwa na budget ya kusema hii ni ya BBI. Sasa lakini nyinyi
langu ni moja,
propaganda. Lazima mseme kwamba pesa ya serikali inatumika.
No, as your host, mimi niliuliza swali. As your host,
Constitutional Amendment Bill 2020 was introduced in Parliament, and the budgetary allocation was made of 10 billion. There's no problem with that.
Okay.
Bwana Osman,
there's no problem with that. So they agree, all of them, to propose that BBI, indio?
The allocation was made in Parliament. But if you think that 10 billion was a lot of money to spend on BBI or for the interest of this country, sasa tunataka ufikirie kwamba there is 63 billion zimepotea kwa damu ya Kimwareri.
Sasa ndugu yangu, hiyo sasa kuna mchakato kubwa sana kupiga msasa. wacha tupa ya BBI kwanza. Sasa mimi nakuja hapo, ikiwa kweli imezinduliwa katika bunge la kitaifa, hiyo 14 billion 10 billion, kuna speech siku moja ile mwanzo kupata kwa be elected, nilisikiza kwa Mohamed Ali anasema bana, sisi wabunge wakati tukiwa na shida tuwapelekwa majuu kwenda kufanya matibabu. Sisi wabunge tuwaenda kupelekwa Aga Khan Hospital. Sisi wabunge tutapelekwa Marekani kwenda kutibiwa, lakini Mungu anaturegesha katika sanda. Kisha wao kwenye bunge wanaulizana, vipi mbunge fulani? Walidaisha kusema watajenga hospitali ya rufaa. Hiyo ya BBI mimi hapa sahi siikatai, nakubaliana na nyinyi kabisa, lakini BBI ingekuwa si pala pake kwa muda wa sasa. Hii muda wa miaka miwili waliokaa ingekuwa si wakati wake. Wangeifanya nini? Wangejenga zile hospitali ya rufaa, watu wasiende kufanya nini? Kutibiwa Uingereza, Amerika. Kisha aliregesha akasema, sisi tutakata tiketi kwenda kufanya nini? Majuu kwenda kujitibu. Lakini mwananchi wa kawaida, ule mama ako Kaloleni anauza mboga, ule mama ako Nyeri, ule mama ako ule mzee ako mashinani Masaini, nani atamkatia tiketi kwenda huko? Kisha alitoa ile.
Bwana Osman, hoja yako nzuri, lakini cha msingi ni kwamba kuna mazungumzo ya wa mwanasiasa ambayo kusudi lake ni kuzua emotions peke yake, kwa sababu sikiliza, masuala ya hospitali tukizungumza masuala ya afya peke yake, serikali ya Jubilee imefanya mikakati ya tuseme imezindua hospitali mingi kuliko serikali zote ambazo zimekuwepo tangu uhuru. Okay? Sasa hivi tuko na level 5 hospitals almost in every county. There are just a few counties. Si kila mgonjwa anakuja Nairobi Kenyatta Hospital, si kila mgonjwa anapelekwa Moi Referral Hospital. Hiyo inamaanisha nini? Kuna process ya kudevelop our health sector. Haiwezi kufanyika tu kwa sababu mbunge alienda kwa bunga kalia. So kuna wabunge ambao ni wanafiki, kazi yao ni kucapitalize kwa shida za watu ili
haja muwachague.
Yes. So ni lazima tuelewe mabadiliko ina process yake. Na katika kubalance pia serikali iko na masuala mengi ya kushughulika. Wafunge shule, wajenge hospitali, ama wafunge hospitali, walime shamba. So lazima vitu zibalance ili zote zikuwe pamoja. Hatuwezi kusema kwa sababu watu wanakufa kila kitu kisimame, kila mtu akimbie sasa, lazima tushughulikie corona, kila kitu kisimame. Lazima tujue kwamba kuna next time. For example, focus ya BBI kukua 2022, it was after 2022. How will the country be after the exit of Uhuru Kenyatta? What kind of country is he leaving behind? A united one or a divided one? So it was a forward-thinking thing. It was not a selfish right now interest thing. Even if right now Baba can run for president, like he says, or he can give somebody else to run in his name. It was not meant to make Raila president, but the people who are against it turned it into a weapon against one person. Wakasema hii imetengenezwa kwa sababu ya nani? Ya DP. Na DP mimi sijamsamehe kwa hiyo masuala kwa sababu weaponize everything against himself for his own benefit. That makes him not a national leader the way nationalism is supposed to be articulated. Kuna wakati ambapo hata kama baba kwa nyumba umerudi na mkate utoshi, unajinyima ili watoto wakule. Hawezi kusema mimi ndio kichwa cha nyumba, lazima nile kwanza alafu
watoto lazima wale.
Yeah, so there are things that you sacrifice for the sake of the country, but you cannot say nothing will be done in this country until I've gotten my own. I must be respected. I'm the deputy of the
Republic of Kenya. That's greedy.
Iko shida hapo. Yes.
Nazoongea nilale.
Haya, ongea Purity.
Sara,
Acha
Sara
Purity
chunga
aongea
bana,
lale.
msipigwe tear gas tena.
Bena,
Yes, Purity.
nilikuwa nauliza hivi.
Nani anasema tear gas?
No. Osman anaombea msipigwe tear gas tena watu wa Baringo.
Tumezoea hiyo tear gas, tumezoea.
Wewe hukukuwa Monday tear gas wewe.
I was there bwana. I was there even Saturday I was there.
Wacha yetu ya Nairobi na kuanga every Monday wewe.
Sasa mimi ya
lakini hiyo ni aibu pia. Lazima muizungumzie makala pia. Ni aibu.
Sawa. Let's hear from Purity.
Nilikuwa nauliza Bena, nataka unieleweshe hapa mahali. Mambo na nini na kuongeza maeneo bunge katika taifa letu. Hiyo ni kazi ya wabunge ama ni kazi ya IEBC? Sababu huwezi jichukulia hauwezi chukua kazi yenye sio yako ujiekele. Nataka unieleweshe hapo mahali ni understand. Ni wabunge wanatengeneza mabunge ama ni IEBC natakana iangalie namba za watu, iangalie hii county iko na watu igawanye. Kwa sababu hiyo ni issue nyingine yenye ilifanya BBI irushwe nje.
Okay. Sorry.
I will answer.
Joshua
wants to answer.
I guess for sure, Omoke Dennis did the very best to explain about the BBI. The reason why BBI iliangushwa is not about mapunge kuongezwa ama anything like that. Ni vile there is an agenda, political agenda against the BBI. The BBI is a very, very wonderful thing. Even those people who wameiangusha, bado wengine ukiwauliza hawajui mbona waliangusha. But one thing I know, why we are celebrating, but one thing I know for sure is that the political will, the judiciary will, those things were fighting, and they're still fighting for no reason. The executive against the judiciary, they're fighting. So, and Ruto, is the only beneficiary of the two fights in this. Ruto is the beneficiary. That is why his people were celebrating. And Sarah, hata kama mnataka kucelebrate, kuna COVID, watu wachichunge, watu wengine wameenda chini wengi sana. Kindly, when the government inakuja kuleta muende nyumbani, si eti kuna mtu amewarushia mfukuzwe. No, that is in order. I know the government is doing its best to ensure that COVID is put at a distance. Let us help the government to deal with this COVID thing. Number two, Uhuru have a legacy to leave. Don't forget, he's still the president. He still needs to run his full term to 10 years, and he needs to unite this country. And BBI was one way he was to do that. Now that BBI has gone down, don't think he doesn't have another way to live a stable country. He has more cards.
Nijibu venye nimeuliza. Hawezi kunja sheria kutengeneza sheria. Nataka unijibu hapo mahali.
Hakuna sheria imevunjwa mahali.
Sheria inasema nini about creating new to create another nini?
Joshua, let me come in here. Purity. Sheria inasema hivi, okay? IEBC ndio iko responsible ya kugawa constituency, lakini ni wananchi ambao wanapaswa kuapply kwamba tunahitaji a new constituency in our area through their either member of parliament or their representative. So sio maswala tu IEBC kukaa anniversary tower na walafu wanasema tumekaa sana kabla tuweke constituency ingine. Tunaweza wekako constituency mahali. It has to be process ya wananchi wame request. And then like BBI wakati ilianza kulikuwa na task force ambayo ilienda around the country collecting views from people. It was those views that were collapsed into what became the BBI proposals. So the 70 constituency haikukuwa maneno ya Uhuru na Raila kukaa kwa ofisi na kuchora. Ilikuwa mambo wananchi walisema kwa task force, ambao ilikuwa collapsed into that document. And then it was to be taken to the IEBC. Then IEBC was now to go to do the literal, practical dividing of the boundaries ya hii constitution. Inatoka hapa mpaka hapa. Sio wabunge wanafanya hiyo kazi, ni kazi ya IEBC.
Na kwa nini ilitangulia kuwekwa kwa nini kwa BBI kabla wa nini japelekwa kwa IBC fanya hiyo shughuli?
It was a proposal.
Okay,
IBC should implement. Kuna implementation na kuna proposition.
Okay.
So the IBC can only implement what has become a law. It cannot be implemented until it has become a law.
Okay.
Bernard, let me add on that. Let me answer Purity.
Yes, Dennis.
In my own version, constitutionally under Article 148, the boundaries.
Volume yako iko chini, naomba pandisha kiasi.
Okay. Am I audible now?
Just raise your voice. Yes. Yeah.
Am I audible now?
Very well. Go ahead.
Yes, I was saying constitutionally under Article 148, boundaries review is done after 10 years. And it was done in 2010. We were supposed to do it in 2020. And the process of BBI carried it on from 2020. Madam Purity, what was in BBI was a proposal. It was not a all done document that after a court, it was to become law. That is why it had a referendum. To review the boundaries, you start by public participation. People who feel like they are overwhelmed with the margin of the boundaries in the respective places they are. You know, after public participation, a proposal is made to IEBC for consideration. But on this one, it was never done to IEBC. It was done to the task force, to the BBI task force. They are still a proposal. They had not become law. You know, if we were to pass BBI in the referendum, the responsibility was now for IEBC to ensure those boundaries are legally constituted. So, Madam Purity, we were not ahead of the law or outside the law. I think BBI was within the process that the Constitution, the 2010 Constitution, was demanding. I think that is the answer I can give Purity as I'm waiting for the next directive.
Ndio, lakini mimi sijakubaliana na hiyo bado, lakini ni sawa tu kulingana na version yako.
Okay. Purity, version yako ni gani? What is your version?
Wacha niridhike na yangu. Wacha nibaki na yangu, but sioni venye nini sehemu moja ingepata more than 40 seats na afu wengine county nini then constituencies zingine zote zigawane 30. Kuna wengine wanapata 1 na afu moja 40 ziende central, sioni, but ni sawa.
It's proportional to population.
Okay, sawa.
So like for example, Juja has almost 1 million people, okay? And let's say Navajo constituency, where I come from, we may be less than, let's say 200,000, okay? So if you are dividing Juja, you can divide Juja in, let's say 200. How many 200s will go in 1 million?
5.
So there will be more constituents in Juja than we can divide in Navajo. So we cannot say that it's, in fact, one of the things we need to come out of as Kenyans ni kuona kwamba we are still in that mentality that constituents kienda Mount Kenya, they are favoring Kikuyus. And then
hivyo ndio mmekuwa mnatuambia kwa nini kwa BBI ati Wakikuyu ndio wamepoteza. Hiyo ni kitu imekuwa inasemekana.
It is just propaganda. It's political pull and push, but let's remain factual.
Mr. Bernard, purity.
Okay.
After the ruling ya Court of Appeal kwamba BBI haijapita, nataka ukue honest mbele ya Mungu, utuambie which town in central Kenya did you see people celebrating? People only celebrated in
kwa nini kwa TV kama Bomet ndio ujue walikuwa wanaunga BBI mkono ama walikuwa wanapinga?
Fine. Bernard, as I'm going to sleep, there's something else I wanted us to put as an AOB.
Hold on. Before
as
you
AOB,
go to sleep,
Bernard.
I want to hold you hostage before you go to sleep. Okay?
Yes.
We are all going to sleep together. Ngoja kwanza, community has been patient.
Hata ndisho hajaongea tangu akuja, hata ndisho hajaongea.
He's indeed behaving like an ancestor. So, my ancestor friend, say something before we release the rest of us to go and sleep.
Yeah. Yeah. In fact, hii conversation ni mzuri. Mimi ile kitu by the way ningeambia Purity, hakika Central Province, yani the people from the mountain walipoteza sana pande ya constituencies kwa sababu yani ni mzigo ilikuwa inawatolea, cause in fact nimefuata angalia kama Kiambu is so much big whereby ukiangalia hiyo Chuja kama iko na watu milioni 1, alafu every constituency, let's say kama it has to have a population of 200,000. So hiyo 5 constituencies times 140 million, hizi pesa zenye ambazo zinagawiwa every financial year kwa member of parliament. Sasa ebu piga zile constituencies zote mpaka Meru ingepata huko Embu what utapata kuwa in fact the people from the mountain mpaka Nakuru Laikipia huko unapata kuwa people from the mountain walipoteza kitu kama 20 constituencies. So hizi 20 constituencies ukipiga times 140 million, angalia ile pesa yenye kila mwaka ingefanya maendeleo, but sasa hivi imefanya nini? Isha kunywa maji. That is why mnaona kuwa people from the mountain, they did not go to celebrate because wamerealize kuwa hakika we have lost. Na hiyo ni ukweli. Hata mimi pale kwetu Kisii ningepata constituency kama moja manze huko sehemu za Bobasi huko. So tumepoteza, hatuwezi tukareverse, ni ile tu tukae patient until hii uchaguzi ya 2022 iishe, then kutoka hapo we put pressure on our member of parliament, waambie IBC it is high time waangalie mambo ya creating new constituencies as per ile population yenye the law stipulates. Now in fact kitu kingine kuhusu mambo ya BBI, nimetegea vizuri vile ndugu Omoke amejaribu kuhighlight. Alafu mimi ningependa kupeana uzito kuwa in fact look Raila Amolo Odinga yeye ndiye alikuwa champion ya 2010 constitution. Na hii 2010 constitution instead sasa hivi William Samoei Ruto ashukuru Raila Amolo Odinga sababu kama ingekuwa ni president kwa point vice president, William Samoei Ruto sasa hivi angekuwa Sugoi akingoja uchaguzi ya 2022, lakini sababu sababu ni gani inastahili ashukuru Raila Amolo Odinga. 2010 constitution ileta sanity kuwa president achague running mate wake ambaye ni deputy, wote wapigiwe kura suit, president na deputy, so that hata huyu deputy akue mbaya namna gani, akue nyang'au namna gani, utakufa na yeye kama yeye ni president mpaka uchaguzi ifanye nini, iishe. Maybe yeye mwenyewe amue, huyu jamaa tumekosana naye, wacha nifanye nini, let me resign. Ndio unaona sasa hivi William Samoei Ruto hata kama ako so much defiant, hakuna kitu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta anaweza mfanyia mpaka uchaguzi ya 2022 ifanywe, then kutoka hapo ndio wote wakuwe voted out. Sasa hii ni kitu ambayo ililetwa na Raila Amolo Odinga, cause kama Raila Amolo Odinga William Samoei Ruto alipinga hiyo 2010 constitution. Kama si Raila alisimama kidete, William Samoei Ruto sahi angekuwa nyumbani. So anastahili ashukuru sana. Sasa nikuje mambo ya IBC. IBC in fact mimi niko na shida nayo, yani niko na wasiwasi kuwa hii IBC sasa hivi haijaweka mikakati mizuri ya kuwa hakika tunaenda kwa uchaguzi tukijua kuwa kura zetu zitafanya nini, kura zetu zitahesabika. Kwa kama kura zetu hazitahesabika, angalia sasa hivi ile tumbo joto iko cause mimi naiona sababu gani? Look how these leaders hata wakati wameenda kwa kanisa ama wakati wako kwa matanga, vile in fact wanaongea mpaka to an extent mtu ukiangalia kabisa hivi unashanga ni kama there is something iko namna, yani unatia shaka. So hii IBC kama sasa hivi in fact haitatupatia free and fair and credible elections, but wacha tuombe Mungu aliye mbinguni afanye tu mambo yake kuwa aguze Chebukati kama ni server after 2022 general elections, aiweka tu wazi. Kama ni William Samoei Ruto atakuwa ameshindwa, William Samoei Ruto ataenda angalie kwa server aone enyewe hii kitu ilikuwa sawa. Kama ni Raila Amolo Odinga atasema hii kitu ilikuwa sawa, full stop kwangu Bondo, full stop kwangu Sugoi, bas itakuwa sawa. Alafu kitu kingine sasa hivi mnasema kuwa eti mambo ya 15% hizi resources, BBI ilikuwa ina propose 35%. 35% hiyo ni pesa mzuri sana ambayo in fact ingetusaidia, lakini wengi nasikia mnasema kuwa 35% tunaweza ipata tu hata through parliament. Now hebu niulize, tangu hii serikali ingie mamlakani tangu 2013 mpaka sasa hivi ni pesa ngapi wameongeza kwa devolution? Nothing. So Kenya lazima kitu iwekwe kwa sheria ndiposa mambo iwe sawa, ndio utasema kuwa it is the will of the president. Na sasa kama if it is the will of the president kuwa anaweza peana pesa, lakini where are the MPs wenye sasa hivi wangekuwa wamemsukuma hiyo pesa iongezwe? Hata sasa hivi tungekuwa tunasema kuwa we are receiving kitu kama 20 or 25%. So BBI kama ingeiweka sheria, brothers and sisters, pale hii pesa ingetoka kwa county level, kama uanga inafika pale inakwama kwa county level, ingekuwa inaingia kwa village, na kama ingekuwa inaingia kwa village ingefanya kazi mingi, lakini bado hiyo si mnaona imekunywa maji. So in fact tumelose. Alafu na mavijana hiyo kupewa 7 years tax ni already ishakunywa maji. So lakini wacha tu tujue kuwa hawa politicians wao kazi yao in fact ni kuangalia maslahi yao, si maslahi yetu. Ndio mnaona kuwa in fact every now and then sisi tunaendelea kulia, wao wakiongezea hata mishahara. So ni hiyo tu kwa sasa, wacha mwingine naye achukue.
Wacha nikwambie kitu moja Bernard, kidogo tu. Unajua hata hizi kunini kuamend nini katiba inatakana mtu ajue, yani watu wanatakana kunini kukaa na kujua hii katiba. Usikuwa nayo sure ati wewe ukiamend itakufaidi wewe peke yako, kwa sababu unaweza chimba shimo ukidhani uko nazika mtu fulani na ni wewe mwenyewe utazikwa. Na ndio hivyo katiba ya 2010 ilifanya. Wenye walikuwa wanapinga ndio wamefaidika kuliko wenye walikuwa wanajua. Unajua walikuwa wanaweka hii nini, walikuwa wana propose hii katiba. Hata mimi nilikuwa naunga mkono kabisa 100% hiyo katiba. Na unajua watu wengi walikuwa wanafanya hivyo, walikuwa sure they are going to get the presidency. Sasa walikuwa wakishika hiyo presidency waende wagadamize watu wenye walikuwa wanaipinga kabisa. But unaona, ukichimba shimo, chimba yenye unaweza ingia ndani ukatoka, usichimbe shimo yenye uwezi nini jitoa ndani.
So unasema hii katiba ni mbaya?
Mimi sisemi katiba ni mbaya, wangeangalia yani wangeangalia 2010.
Okay, Purity,
Bernard,
thank you.
Can I conclude?
Hold on, we are coming for conclusion. Let's hear from Ndishu, then we begin to conclude. Siku imeenda. Ndishu?
Yes, habari zenu?
Salama, karibu.
Mimi niko salama, nimewasikiza mzuri sana hapa. Mjadala tumetoka kutoka kwa deputy Resign, tukaenda kwa BBI, tukaenda tukarudi. Anyway, ni mjadala mzuri, na bila mimi ningesema for now tuko katikati ya shida, na ile shida tuko nayo ni kwa sababu bunge yetu ni unconstitutional according to the judges. Na unakumbuka Maraga alipeana barua akasema ivunjwe, then ndio sisi hao IBC kumesemekana haiwezi fanya kazi ikiwa na watu watatu, lazima wawe wengi. Watachaguliwa na nani? Na bunge Maraga alisema ifungwe. So right now tumeona hata deputy wanaendelea nini, na ukumbuke sasa ni kumaanisha tuko mikononi mwa ule mzee anaitwa Uhuru Kenyatta. Akiamua kuvunja bunge atavunja, naye akivunja bunge hakuna watu wa kusimamia uchaguzi. So tuko kwa crisis ya roho, na hii roho sijui kama sasa akiamua kuvunja bunge, nilikuwa najiuliza ni majaji watachasimamia uchaguzi ama kutaenda namna gani? Hiyo ni swali nilikuwa najiuliza the whole day, because ninaona tuko na shida, kwa sababu ujue mpaka kwa wabunge wenyewe kwa hii 290, kumbuka kuna wabunge kuna some of the constituency zinapotea. Juu ya nini? Kwa sababu zilikuwa zinafaa kuwa from the time 2010 constitution ilipitishwa ilikuwa only 10 years. So from 2022 kuna mabunge tunapoteza, around 27 of them wanapotea, na watu hawataki kusikia namna hiyo. Lakini leo nimeona wakina mama wamesimama na Ruto gangari sana, sijui mambo namna gani. Sasa mpaka unasikia, na ndio nasikia watu wanasema hivi, na ndio naangalia kama Sera ametuambia jambo. Hata yeye wakati walikuwa na demonstrate, wamedemonstrate ni kwa sababu kuna familia fulani kikuja kwa central, na hiyo ndio ile shida tuko nayo. Hatuangalii ile jambo ambayo ni kamili. Sisi tunataka kuangalia ni nani analeta. Ikiwa ni tunaangalia ni Uhuru Kenyatta, hiyo ni familia ya Kenyatta, hatutaki hiyo mambo. Tukiwa ni upande kule tunaona ni Raila Odinga, tunasema hii ni familia ya Raila, hakuna mambo. Tukiangalia the other side tunasema ni familia ya Moi Mudavadi, ni nani? Hakuna kitu tunataka kusikia juu yao, na ndio maana unaona ile watu, hata wakati jana tulikuwa tunaongea na mtu mwingine tukasema, wakati tutachagua wale watu ambao ni leaders, ambao wanaona mbali, ndio watakuwa tunaona maendeleo katika nchi yetu, kwa sababu hapo ndio tunasema, na tunasema kama vijana ni wakati wetu, si vile tulikuwa tunaambiwa ati vijana ni kesho. Kwa sababu ukiambiwa ni kesho, leo tunaambiwa ni kesho, ukikuja kesho utaambiwaje ni kesho, itakuwa ni lini? So ni time ya sisi kuamuka, na kama leo nimeona Joe Mushero ameamuka na ameongea maneno mzuri sana. Anyway, nimefurahi sana, tuendelee hivyo hivyo na uendelee imara. Lakini mimi naulizaje Sara, niko na swali kwa wale watu wana support Ruto, na ninasema hivi, kama Ruto ni real hasura, kama Ruto anapigania kwa mwananchi wa kawaida, wale IDP ambao walifukuzwa kutoka Eldoret watarudishwa kwa mashamba yao lini? That's the question I usually each and every day najiuliza. Asanteni sana, kuwa na usiku mwema.
Nilikuwa napatia na AOB.
Sarah, do you want to respond? And as you give your closing remarks, tunamaliza, tunafunga station.
Nani alikuwa anaongea? Hata sijaona hata jina inaitwa nani?
Anaitwa Ndishu.
Sasa mimi nauliza Ndichu. Yeye anasema mimi na hapa ndani ama ametoka?
Bado yuko. Whose microphone is feedback? Okay, carry on. Carry on, Sarah.
Niko hapa Sarah, nakusikiza.
I want to ask Ndichu. You are saying I'm supporting William Ruto, and that is not a secret. It is a fact with me, and that is my right to support whoever I want. You know, you people, you need to have some facts. Sababu hata wakati wa hiyo nini ya siku ile ya 2007, I think I was in Eldoret. Na hata kuna Wakikuyu yenye niliwaficha kwangu. Na nikatuma my brothers kwenda kuwachungia nyumba. And those people wamerudi kwa manyumba zao. Sasa mimi sijui yenye unasema watu walifurishwa wako wapi, mimi sielewi. Na Ndichu with me, I think where I come from, sija support mtu wa huko, nimekuja kusupport huku kwingine. So please, kila mtu a respect mwenye ana support. Hata mimi sasa nikitaka kutapika ya Raila nitatapika. But nasema whichever you support, that is none of my business.
Sikia, okay, Sarah, sikuwa nimesema kwa ubaya because
na
even
ulete hiyo sura yako tuone, si ati unaniwekea na back nini giza, lete sura nione.
Utaiona baadaye.
I might be talking to a ghost person.
It's okay, Sarah. Thank you.
Sikia, okay, nilikuwa nasema hivi Bernard, nikuja on the other side. Sikuwa nasema ati ana support Ruto kwa ubaya, but what I'm saying is even me I have my cousin ambaye alikuwa ameweka mpaka petrol station kule. Mimi mwenye atachaguliwa na Kenya. I'm currently not in Kenya, so sitaki kukuambia ati nachagua ule ama ule. Mimi nakwambia niko mwenye mtachagua, mimi nitakuwa huko. Nimemsupport. Even for currently niko support kwa Uhuru Kenyatta 100% mpaka amalize. Kwa sababu mimi usema ukiwa kama mzee wa boma, hata wewe mwenyewe sahii umesimama hapo na umekaa hapo, babako akikwambia kitu utafanya, hutaanza kusema ati nini.
Inategemea ni kitu aina gani ananiambia.
Lakini before hutakuja kumwambia direct ati wewe ama namna gani. Yani what I'm saying is as a reader mwenye amekalia for that position, even wakati Ruto atakuja kukalia kwa hiyo kiti, ama Raila ama Mudavadi ama nani mwenye atachaguliwa, atahitaji kusikizwa na kurespektiwa kwa ile jambo amesema. Lakini ukisikia kama leo Uhuru vile alisema hivi, tukimaliza project ikisucceed, Ruto anasema ni yetu. Hiyo project ikipigwa namna hii, yeye anasema hata yeye anakuwa the other side ya kupiga. Unaona? That is why alisema mimi kama it is better you join ama uende. Na ametumia hiyo word mara mingi sana. Sasa from there the issue of that nilikuwa nakwambia juu ya IDP. Pale Kiambaa uliwaona juzi walikuwa wamekaa na wanaonyeshana. Unaona? Wanasema mzuri sana. Even kuna clip I think iko hapa kwa Mtembei ya mama fulani akisema we are still the IDP, turudishwe kule kwetu kwa masamba zetu. So, and I have a friend pale in Gatundu South, alitoka Eldoret, alikuwa ameweka petrol station kule, mpaka wa leo huo mtu hajawahi rudi huko, kwa sababu shamba yake wakati alirudi alikuta kuna mtu pale, wakamwambia sisi ndio tunalima siku hizi. So anyway,
Wacha niulize Ndichu, wacha nikuulize, wakati huyo mtu amekuja kuuliza shamba yake, title liko kwa jina ya nani?
Title ni yake, but kuna mtu amekalia.
If the title is his,
Ndishu, don't go even far. Just ask
if
Sarah.
the title...
Sarah. We have an issue to do with Muteshi. Alikuwa IDP. That is a known case.
Sio ile kesi ilifanywa hapa Eldoret.
Alifukuzwa kwa shamba. Yeye alifukuzwa kwa shamba yake. William Ruto akakuja akachukua shamba. Muteshi akapeleka yeye kotini. Kotini ikaambia William Ruto, ikapiga yeye fine na ikamwambia arudishe shamba. Hajalipa fine na hakurudisha shamba na bado ni deputy president. So huyo ni mmoja. Sasa Ndishu wanauliza, wale wengi ambao hawangeweza kuenda kotini, mashamba yao imerudishwa ama hitarudishwa?
Unajua nini? There is a place where I normally pass in this route of Kichinjio Coca-Cola huko juu. Kuna manyumba tangu ilichomwa, sijawahi ona watu wakiishi hapo, sijawahi ona watu imefungwa, nini. Na kama title ni yako, why should I fear? If the title it is still on my name, why should I fear? Si mimi nakuja kuchukua kesi hapa kotini na ninaenda na maskari mpaka huko, if the title it is mine.
So what is important, Sarah? Is it the title deed or your life?
No, hakuna mambo ya hata mimi, wacha nikwambie. There is a land I have here.
You people,
Bernard, can I talk?
Kwanza, hold on.
Nikamilishe Bernard,
nikamilishe
1 minute.
Ngoja,
kidogo tu nikamilishe. Nilikuwa nataka kusema hivi, kuna say huaga inasema hivi, mtu aliyeumwa na nyoka huaga anaona kamba
naruka.
Nimekamilisha
mimi.
Hata nukamba linamsulanga. Now, look, yes, Sarah.
Yeah. I think even this thing yenye mnasema ati vita ilikuwa, even us, me personally, nilikuwa na shamba pale Njoro. Nasikia tulifurushwa na Wakikuyu. But mimi nilirudi nyuma, nikafika mpaka nikachukua shamba yangu, na hiyo shamba bado niko nayo mpaka saa hii. Na ningekuwa ninaogopa nikisema labda shamba yangu ilichukuliwa, because what I had, people said shamba imeshaenda. But mimi kwenda mpaka ground, the farm is still mine, title it is still mine. Na hata saa hii I'm doing some plantation of potatoes. So mbona niogope? Mimi siwezi ogopa. Kama ni kifo, that is my money. I used my money to buy it.
My last statement.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah.
Can I give mine kindly?
Lakini sijamaliza my last statement.
Hold on. We are coming to you, Sarah. Okay, we are giving our closing remarks, starting with Joshua.
Thank you so much. I love the way we have handled ourselves in a good way. The only thing I can say is that we live in a country called Kenya. We love this country, and we need to make it better for us and for our children. We need a constitution that is written. We need a country that is governed by structures. We need all those structures to be in place. I don't need a person who runs, the country with no structures. So that's the reason as to why I'll support what the handshake has done so far so good, what they were planning to do. And if we have not done it now, I know we will do it in future in using another way. Another thing I'll say is, let us not, attach ourselves to a few people. This country, with or without Raila, with or without Ruto, we still need to live in this country. So let us not die for these people. Let us not, let's respect them of who they are for uniting the communities. But for sure, we need to think beyond these people. Thank you so much, and I wish you the very best. Dennis, I love what you've done. You've educated me much. And I thank you for Bernard and all the other people who came in to give us their views. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Joshua and the rest. If you have not joined our WhatsApp group, you can leave us your WhatsApp number on the private chat just beside the screen. We'll be able to add you on the WhatsApp group where we discuss these matters before we come on the live discussion. So if you have not joined the group, ukiacha hapo namba yako tutakuongeza, halafu tutakujulisha. On the don't put on the public chat, public comments is for everyone, but there is private. Private ndio yetu sisi peke yetu. Wale wako kwa screen ndio wanaweza kuona peke yao. All right. Now we go to Dennis.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard. I think I have the longest member. I'm actually a fixed asset of this show, and I'm happy to be
Keep your
here.
mic close. Keep your mic close. We can't get you clearly.
Okay. And I'm happy to be here. I hope I'm audible enough now.
Yeah, that's better. Go ahead.
Yeah, Joshua, thank you so much for your words. Now I need to give an overview of what we have discussed and maybe my last comments. What I can say is we need as a country, not at any given point, be it elections, be it whatever, we should look ourselves as one country. And maybe the struggles of our forefathers during independence, let that spirit be our uniting factors, because as it stands now, our politicians are not going to unite us anymore. Let's our brotherhood, our sisterhood be what unites us. And lastly, there's something I wanted to give as an AOB that was to be part of this discussion. Bernard, we started having COVID since last year, and the early stages of COVID, our deputy president was so committed in helping the president and the country. We did some 2 press conferences to advise the public to do the face mask, to stay at home, and to maintain social distances. But after our first round of COVID, I think this is what I want all the members to note. Our deputy president has never worn a face mask. That is an open defiance. Yes. I remember when the by-elections were being conducted at Msambweni. It was shortly a month after a presidential address, and the person who led the troops, a highly voltage campaign in Msambweni, is the deputy president. But we don't want to go to that. Our brother Ndichu brought an issue that I want the panel to consider it as a topic of discussion tomorrow. We need to talk about elections and post-elections management in this country. We need to start discussing about what is ailing our country in as far as elections is concerned. Is it political ambitions? Is it tribalism? or is it what? I think, Bwana Bernard, I'll leave it at that. And if you consider it a topic, you give us between now and tomorrow so that we research. So when we come here, we should not engage in a shouting battle like people who are doing who are selling mahindi at the roadside. We need to come here and educate each other. We are not talking at each other, but we are advising each other. You respect my opinion, I respect your opinion. You tell me what I don't know, I tell you what you don't know. You know, we compete in terms of ideas. You know, we educate each other in terms of facts. You know, let us not bring emotions into the show. The show is all about tabling facts about any topic that can be brought in this panel. You know, I have had a difficult day today because there are two or three members who have engaged us in shouting battles. You know, they want us to listen to them, but you don't want us to listen to you. You know, it should be a two-way. We listen to you, you listen to us. We agree with you, you disagree with us, we disagree with you. You know, and the show continues. I think for those few remarks from Kisi, and for those people who have sworn that we will complete the journey with Uhuru, with or without BBI, with or without William Ruto, I am one of those people. Thank you so much, Bernard.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you. And if you should leave us your number if you are not yet in the WhatsApp group, and then that's where we'll discuss the topic before we come here. So kaa jikoni, mambo itakuwa sawa. And it's our civil duty to help shape the direction of the country by giving our views. So that's why I love about this platform. So as much as we have our people we are supporting, let us also have that sense of responsibility that we have a country to chart its waters of the future, not just for the present and the immediate present. Now we hear from Angela, then Sarah.
Okay, thanks for giving me an opportunity to close. It's really been informative today. I've learned a lot in this forum, and I appreciate all of you, those who are on my side and those who are not. We are all Kenyans, and at the end of the day, we all want the best for our country. To conclude, I have about 4 points. Some are related to the discussion today, some are not. Number one, the BBI decision, in my view, was not a win for Kenyans. It was judicial activism, because one of the points of the BBI that the BBI was supposed to bring about was an ombudsman, of which the judiciary would be accountable to the ombudsman. So in case that there's delay of cases or things in the judiciary that are not going as should go, they'll be accountable to somebody, to another body. Unfortunately, personally, I think that's the main reason why the judiciary decided not to go with the BBI, and that's very sad, because what we did, we let 6 Kenyans decide what is best for them and their, clique, to the detriment of Wanjiku. And that's very, very sad that these people are not accountable to anybody. Number 2, if Ruto was a principled person and a man of honor, he would resign. In the Western countries, if your people start accusing you of anything, like for instance, recently the governor of New York was accused, some women came out and accused him of what is it called?
Sexual harassment.
Yeah, sexual harassment. Sexual harassment, right? And when the pressure was too much, he resigned. He didn't even take even more than, okay, he's been accused for several months, but when now things became hot and the attorney general spoke, he resigned. When you're a person of honor, when it's more about the country than it is about you as an individual, you do the right thing. You cannot be collecting a salary and then going out and complaining about being outside of the government, and then at the same time you want to take credit for the projects that are going well. In fact, the other day Ruto lied, and it was so funny, and people don't talk about these things, but they're very important because this is a man whose character is very questionable. The other day he lied and said that the projects that have been done by the UDA government. Which UDA government? Is UDA in government? So today I'm in UDA, tomorrow I'm in Jubilee, tomorrow I'm in I don't know what. This is double speak. And it is hypocrisy of the highest order. And we need to talk about these things. We need to stop lying to ourselves that we are dealing with someone of character because he holds a Bible and goes to church every Sunday to give money. Let's say when he lies, because me, I didn't know there was a UDA government until that day. I heard him talking about a UDA government. I almost fainted. Number 3, indoctrination and people making emotional decisions will be Kenya's downfall. People making decisions because a leader has told you this. BBI says this. And instead of you as a Kenyan going and reading BBI for yourself, you take it as biblical truth and you even start spreading it and giving those talking points as if it's you who's speaking. Sometimes I hear some of the Tanga supporters talking and I'm like, oh my God, is this Ruto talking? You could have as well just replace the person and put Ruto there and have him talk. People are indoctrinated, they're brainwashed, and and it is so sad because Bahati Mbaya, Ruto becomes president. In 2023, these brainwashed people are the ones who are going to be throwing stones. They are the ones who are going to be tear gassed on the streets. And that time their man has become president. Because it's because when it comes to Ruto, it's all about him. It's not about the people. So in 2023, Bahati Mbaya becomes president and he doesn't do the things he's been promising. These same people who are supporting him are the people who will be tear gassed. And it's going to be so funny because I'll be laughing all the way to the bank saying, we told you so. Number 4, Uhuru has done more than any other president before him in terms of development, in terms of hospitals, in terms of the roads that he has built, in terms of uniting people, in terms of getting rid of some corruption. Obviously, Kenya is so corrupt that we have to do it step by step. But even in terms of corruption, he has done more than any other president before him. Because nowadays we have seen people being charged, we have seen people going to jail, but because the deputy president says he has not done anything, nobody has, like there are some people who they cannot even tell you there are any roads that have been built. There are people who cannot tell you that there is now water in the slum areas as a result of NMS. There are people who don't know even how many roads have been built by the Jubilee government, or should I say UDA government? We need to get it together, people. Let's not agree to be lied to. Tusiitikia kudanganywa. Kwa sababu tutadanganywa, and then we are going to vote in the wrong people, and then we'll be the same people throwing stones and being tear gassed come 2023. And that is my submission for tonight. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Angela. Now, can we hear from Sarah?
Thank you very much, Bernard. What I can say, I think there is kuna methali inasema uzuri wa mkakasi ndani kipande cha mti. If you know the meaning of that, you will digest it by yourself. You will know what is the meaning of that. Secondly, I think I've been here and I've been talking. Let me talk kidogo. Let me summarize about this thing of the CDF. People are also they only mention about CDF funds. People have forgotten the county, the ward funds from the MCS. People have forgotten the county funds from the governor's office. People have forgotten the presidential funds from that is being dispatched from Ministry of Education. And what I can say, people should know from that things, hizo pesa zingekuwa zinadispatiwa, nafikiri watoto wengi wangekuwa kwa mashule, but zingine zinaingia kwa mifuko za watu, zinakuliwa na nzike aina za watu. So what I could say, in fact, if we are the true Kenyans, I think hizo pesa zingekuwa zinafanya kwa, hata saa hizi ukisikia mambo ya presidential bursary, you will not hear about it. But ile mdomo yenye inapigwa hapa ni ya CDF peke yake. Thirdly, there is a man I will applaud in this forum today, and that is the former president Mwai Kibaki. Kama kuna mzee wa kuheshimiwa ni Mwai Kibaki. I think he is the best and the best president ever. Huyo mzee alipeana na akaenda kupumzika, hautamuona akipayuka kila mahali na kazi zake zinaonekana. Hakukuwa na mchezo na wala mpango ya nyuma. For now, the current president, and I think plus his deputy, plus Raila Amolo Odinga, those people wanasemanga, yani the same monkeys in the same forest. But the difference is how when they change the forest, but they remain the same monkeys. So hakuna mwenye nitafanyia campaign kusema for me I support Ruto. Na kila mtu wako na challenges yake. Na Uhuru wako na zake, Ruto wako na yake, Raila wako na yake. But at the end of it, we will be all Kenyans. Hakuna mahali tutahama. This Kenya is ours. Na kila mtu nafikiri kila mtu akipewa title yake, bado utaishi tu ni hii Kenya. Tujagawiwa ma title deed. So, what I can say, you know, with me, Bernard, if you come with your own question to me, I will deal with you with the question how you've given it to me. If you come with that respect, I will respect you. Ukikuja na kiburi pia mimi nakuja na kiburi yangu hapa tubembelezane. Hakuna mtu superior than other. We are all the sons and daughters of God. Na Mungu leo akisema anatoa oxygen, that is the personal respect, because akisema leo oxygen hakuna. Na ukikuja with respect to me, I will give you that respect. Lakini nayo ukinikujia na kiburi, oh my dear brother, I will come with that kiburi more than. And mimi, some of us, sisi wengine tumelala msituni tukifukuzwa na hao mapokot. So I can deal with you squarely. So the only thing ile kitu imetusaidia sisi hapa, nafikiri ni uokofu tu. But hii mambo ya kupembelezana hapa, me I don't. I get head-on pollution. In fact, even the other day, Mutembe akisema tulikuwa Kabarnet, I was there. And I will tell my senator what I want to, what I'm undergoing. Lakini ya kupembeleza, it is me, it is that one vote of mine that gave him to be in that seat. So I'm his boss, not him being my boss. It is a vice versa. That is like the other time, Bernard, I was telling you, we need this civic education for these people. Watu wengi wamejua hawa ni bosses wetu, these MPs and these other politicians. But that is not true. We are their bosses because it is us who's voting for them. Because of that one vote of mine, angekuwa kwa hiyo kigeti. So he needs to respect me. Na hakuje crowd na nyenyekee. So the only thing, if we can iron out issues na kiburi, tutaenda mbele. Lakini huwezi kuja kuniimbia yako hapa na nikose kuimba yangu. Nothing. So with that remarks, may God bless you and may God bless this stream yard of Mutembe. But the other one, I don't care. What is it?
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Joshua. Thank you, Angela. Thank you to our viewers. You are still increasing the number, but we must call it a day. Tomorrow, daybreak is a working day. We need to go and build the nation. But all in all, let us be Kenyans and focus on the new Kenya that we would love to have after the 2022 elections. Let's be sober. Let's ensure that this country moves to a higher level, not for us to go back to where we used to be. Let's love each other, serve each other, and glorify God in our pursuit of making Kenya a better place and being loving our neighbors like we love ourselves, being our brother's keeper, and ensuring that we are part of what makes Kenya tick, not what brings embarrassment to this nation. God bless you all. Let's do this again. We'll let you know.
Because you are the pastor here.
Yes.
Can you give us a closing prayer?
Okay, closing prayer. Here we go. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you. We thank you that you are Lord and King. You reign in heaven, on earth, and under the earth. We submit to your will and purpose. Throughout our conversation today, Lord, we ask you in the name of Jesus to take charge over this nation. From the east through the west, from the north through the south, let your name be glorified. For blessed is a nation who the Lord is their God. We enthrone you as the Lord and the God of this nation. May you, O God, rule over every affair of this nation through the leaders that we have in place and the future leaders that we seek to put in place. Let only your wisdom prevail. Let only your will be established. We pray for each and every family within these borders and across the border, that Jehovah God, in the name of Jesus, everywhere there is anyone named by the name Kenya, let your hand rest upon their lives and you be their defense. Be the one to watch them going out and watch them coming in. We pray for your peace. We pray for your unity. We pray for harmony. That Jehovah God, in the name of Jesus, the peace of God that passes all understanding will keep this nation intact. Take all the glory and the praise for every change, even through what we are discussing on this platform. Glorify your name again in our lives. We love you. We bless you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
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 Amen. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, guys. Let's do this again another time and keep sharing with everybody. Let the world know we are here and shaping the future of this nation by right ideologies and loving Kenya properly.
Good night.
Thank you so much, and thanks for the prayer too.
Bless you. Bless you. Damba is coming in after prayer.
No, I came to say amen.
You are too early for the next meeting.
Wewe ndio Archbishop sasa. Umekuja kufutilia mbali maombi yetu ukatuombee upya.
Nimekuja kusema amen. So we meet tomorrow. Bernard na Joshua, tuonane kesho.
Thank you. Wish you well.
Let's keep it going.
Okay, bye.
Amen. Ta-ra-ra-ra-ra.